I'm all confused. Hola. Guste dinero para tu cartera. Cuánto dinero para tu cartera? Oh, gracias. I'm not sure exactly. I wish I could speak more than just English. Hi, everyone. Hey, Peter. ¿Cómo estás? Hey, Pat. How are you? Hey, Row W. Hey, David. I was going to say row Wade, but it's Row W. Hey, Alex. Happy Memorial Day, everyone, especially the vets, Men and William, especially the vets and the truck drivers. Hey, KYP. Ham will be on in 15 minutes. Hey, Frank Gonzalez. Go to Martin Shen. He's, you should see, I'm going to project that you're going to have nice increase, nice validation, let's put it that way, on revenues for Finger coming up. Hey, Ro W. Hey, Kim Kepling. Thank you for joining. Steve, Robert Hicks, Rondell U. I'm so tired. Haven't slept a wink. Yeah, it did. I did just get up to you, Alex. I did just get up. Thank you for noticing. I got it. I just got out of the shower, so it's not so much that I just got up, but I did take a nap. So you're pretty perceptive. Hey, Jennifer, how are you doing? Hey, Eunice, happy Memorial Day. Same to you. I hope all's well with you. And that I know he's not that small anymore. Needs a big hug. Needs a big hug. I don't know how to read this to you. I'll see if I can read it safely. But Japan's most senior doctor, I'm going to leave that word out, Dr. Masanori Fukushima, has called on the World Health Organization. I can't read the rest of that sentence. The most senior medical oncologist in Japan recently slammed something, dark side, something, dark side. He recently slammed something treatments as, quote, the work of evil, which have caused, quote, essentially murder. In an interview published April 19th, Dr. Masanori Fukushima listed a slew of problems with something, evidencing what he called a quote unquote evil abuse of science. I don't like this article because I'm supposed to follow the science. Doctors are suddenly seeing, can I say it? Turbo something that was unheard of before. He pointed out that turbo somethings, previously unseen by doctors, progress extremely quickly and are typically in stage 4 by the time they're diagnosed, have started to appear after the blank. Do you see what a wonderful world wokeism is? So wonderful. Everything is done by, oh, it doesn't feel good to hear the truth, so we can't listen to it. It's all magical thinking. As a tragic example of the fatal danger of the blank, the oncologist shared the story of a 28-year-old man who was found demised by his wife 5 days after he received the blank. He pointed out the doctor who did the autopsy said when the doctor tried to remove the heart, it had disintegrated and was soft. Dr. Fukushima pointed out that these severe harms, including demising, have been inflicting people post-blank who have a history of good health. Quote, "It is serious. It's essentially murder. In the end, I want to state clearly that this is my view," unquote, the doctor said. He lamented that the media, including newspapers, generally have not reported on these harms, and that in fact, those who question the safety of the blanks have been characterized as anti-science heretics. He described the attitude of those who shut down the voices of blank critics, however, as being far from scientific and being, quote, more akin to faith, hysteria, or even cult behavior, unquote. Quote, "I am now deeply concerned not only by a serious crisis in medicine, but in science and democracy," unquote, Fukushima said. He highlighted the fact that countries who most aggressively pushed the blank, such as Israel, saw the highest rates of blank and infection, as shown by studies comparing the various countries in the Middle East. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arranged a special deal with blank company to use Israelis as lab rats in a national blank program with the blank company blank. Quote, "Israel led in early and widespread vaccination, but also had the highest demising and side effect rates. The less aggressively blanked areas saw less harm," said Fukushima, noting that, quote, "Israel was quick to halt the blank," unquote. There are problems, moreover, with the very technology used to administer the blank, which are the lipid nanoparticles, which Fukushima said result in, quote, off-target effects, unquote, on various organs, including the ovaries. We don't have to worry about those, do we? The brain, the liver, and bone marrow. Isn't leukemia caused by something with bone marrow? Worse, the blanks produced by the blank have been detected in the human body more than a year after the administration of the blank, noted the oncologist, indicating a, quote, severe problem. The doctor took aim at the World Health Organization for, quote, hastily, unquote, pushing the blanks without proper investigation, and moreover for trying to enforce a one-size-fits-all approach in all countries. He argued that it is, quote, crucial, unquote, that the WHO take responsibility for the harms of the blanks, which he called, quote, an abuse, a misuse of science, and an evil practice of science, to be frank, unquote. Fukushima pointed out that the WHO is, quote, aware, unquote, of harms from the so-called blanks because they are compensating for these damages in certain countries. Quote, imagine finding your spouse dead in the morning. It's no joke. A blank that causes such outcomes, even a single blank, is unacceptable, unquote, said Fukushima. Adding that in Japan alone, the government has documented 2,134 demisings reported due to the blank, which is likely a low estimate. Quote, there are tens of thousands of people who must see a doctor because of blank related issues, unquote, he continued, asserting that a big chunk of them, 30%, are, quote, suffering from blank or blank, unquote. This is just the beginning, according to Fukushima, because the rates of all sorts of diseases have been spiking since the blank rollout, including, quote, autoimmune disease, neurodegenerative diseases, cancers, and infections, unquote. Quote, it's as if we've opened a Pandora's box. We must take these damages seriously and address them earnestly. Any efforts to dismiss these damages as if they didn't happen are frankly the work of evil. This is a quintessential example of the evil practice of science, unquote. He called on scientific and medical institutions to directly confront these outcomes through research efforts in order to, quote, shine the light of science, unquote, on the blanks. Quote, we should never again use such blanks. This is a shame for humanity. It is a disgrace we did this, unquote, Fukushima said. That is an article, Japan's most senior blank doctor, blanks are essentially murder. I tried to follow the policies completely and safely of the good woke people at YouTube. And I think they should promote more people who had studied gender studies and focus on DEI instead of real problems. It seems to be working in all areas of our government, particularly in the regulatory side. All right, let me go up here. I don't think Dr. Gabriel, I do not think Finger's going to squeeze anytime soon. Um, it could. It could. What I think's going to happen to Finger is it's going to go to $6 or $7. And then slowly the shorts will try to keep it back down, but they're going to find that the stock is sticky at $5, $6, $7. And then it might take a huge announcement, out of the blue announcement, totally unexpected announcement, which Dr. Gabriel could come at any time. Then the stock goes to 15 or 20, then you could get your squeeze. But the reason I'm saying I'm not thinking it is because I don't know when that big announcement will come. Do I think one is coming? Sure, I think so. And it could be in any number of their divisions. If I had to pick the big announcement or the area which could make the most sense for a big announcement, it would be the big data, some sort of contracts related to insurance companies or the use of big data. Because remember, in their interviews, in their releases, they're in the second stage of that scientific work, and they stated they were going to monetize it. I think by the third quarter was the exact quote. So what I'm looking for, Dr. Gabriel, is really good revenues this week. Could there be an announcement out of the blue that catches the shorts by surprise? Yes, but I don't know when that's coming. That could come in 3 months. That could come in 6 months, or it could come in 6 days. But no, what I expect Finger to do is to double, and it could double next week. Hey, Donald Lynn. Nice wheels. Hey, T. Alex. Hey, Hal Williams. Kit Kitteridge. Kit Carew. V-Day. The poor guy's asleep over there. He can't walk Mike French very well anymore. We're limited to like 3 or 4 blocks, and it takes an hour, and I eventually lose my patience. He doesn't just suddenly collapse behind him, but he enjoys his walks, and he says hi to all the dogs, and he uh, he smells everything. So he's still very much in life. Que donde está el dinero? I don't know. Where is the money? Show me the money. El apretón sucedero pronto. Is it gonna happen soon? I've found in the markets, when you want things to happen soon, they don't. When you give up, they do. I'd love to get that list of congressmen that voted against Cat, starting with Ann Wagner, the hypocrite. Hey, Scott Scheller. Well, I'm not going to read that out. I just consider people that did that, Steve, lucky, because but we're still heading down that way. It's in our food, and it's going to come with other things. I got to be careful what I say, because you got to follow the science and trust the vote. That's a good one. That's a good old Abe there. Old Abe. I'm not reading it out just because I don't know what causes trouble. Hey, Pilot, happy Memorial Day. Anyone heard of VHAI? VHAI. I'll ask Ham. I don't know why that disappeared. Don't know what that means. Hey, Frank. You got it. That's my point of view. The Butcher of Wall Street. All right, I'll try to find that list. Columbia Bound. You're a smart kid or gentleman, smart gentleman. You get to a certain age, everyone's younger. Hey, red pepperoni. No, I was maybe, Josh. There's just some words you can't say on YouTube. Oh, you're my hero, Jennifer. You're my hero. And you looked out for your kids. Bravo. I have a friend I care for very much. I don't speak to her. She's married, but I don't speak to her. I haven't spoken to her in a long time, but her son's got the shot. She's a great person. She does everything right. You know, she smart, hardworking, responsible, great mother, great wife, great career, great, just a good person. But one of her sons got leukemia, and I actually thought of him last night, so I said a little prayer. But I was concerned that the blanks might have caused it. We had the president of the board I was on passed away very suddenly. Now he wasn't, a gym rat, but he wasn't an unhealthy guy. He was a typical middle-aged male. Boom. Came in one day. Oh, it's just, but you're not in the modern United States world. You're not allowed to argue certain things, and you're not allowed to base any decisions on facts of life, facts of the world. And I think it spills over into the regulatory body. I really do. Well, he's a man of action. Well, I don't wish ill on anyone. Oh, you don't have to apologize. I just, remember to give me slack too. I know it's very hard in a short to express a full thought, and then I might misinterpret it. So I even forget what the misunderstanding was. So I'm glad you asked the question. Ham will come on. He probably won't talk about MMTLP too much, but Richard Hoffman has tentatively agreed to come on later tonight or a time of his choosing, really. It can be soon, too, with me to discuss MMTLP, not legal advice. So that would be exciting. And whatever question it was, we can ask him then. Conversion guide from the DTCC. Let me look. What's this stock? Can you look up Barnes and Noble? Yeah, it went up. It went up. Well, Papa Powell, that may be, or as the Brits might say, that is as may be. But remember, if it pops, just to get out, because they'll raise money. They'll do a cross. It's a way of the shorts covering. And it might be that Wall Street is slowly going to big positions and working out this short deal. Maybe it's because of the T+1. I doubt it, but maybe. By the way, Rafa Nadal lost this morning to Zverev. I guess even in tennis, time waits for no one. Thank you, Dr. Gabriel. Well, if you hear me on that, what it means to me, another way of saying it, I think sometime in here will be the last opportunity to accumulate the stock at these prices, other than maybe spikes. So to me, it's a really intriguing investment at $3. Where I don't know where it is right now, but call it $3, because just on its own sum, I think it's going to get up to 5, 6, 7 and stay there. That's not a bad investment. But then during that time frame, you could always open up your laptop and all of a sudden see, oh my gosh, what's happening? It's that kind of stock. They have the potential for several major announcements, maybe all at once or maybe stretched out. I don't know, but they do. Hey, Diego. I don't know when the CAT system goes live, but I'm a little confused, and maybe one of you guys know. I thought it's been voted down in terms of being available to us. So let's find out, Dan. I didn't comment before. Let's talk about the CAT system. When Ham calls in, we'll ask him. Hey, Brian, thanks for the like button. Oh, that's not it. I looked it up. It's not I can't find it. But goobly, something like that. And I think it means hello, or it means goodbye or welcome in Turkish. Goo. There's the two characters in the. All right, here comes Ham.
Oh, from Pandy.
All right, you're live.
I'm sorry, William. I was a few minutes late. I left the phone in the car. My wife took off, and I made a race back to get back.
It's all right. Everyone was enjoying my random comments.
Okay.
So there's a couple of stocks. There's questions about CAT, questions about Finger, questions about, there was one other and I already forgot it. I'll look while you're talking.
Well, I wanted to start off and discuss Christian Shaughnessy keeps putting up all the stories in Korea and how they're implementing all these new systems to curb naked short selling and to expose it. It's in the it's on her site on Twitter, and you can actually read the stories yourself there. And she puts it up all the time. Even China tells China needs financial regulators with teeth. These are the headlines. South Korea's system to detect naked short selling to be ready in the first quarter of 2025, Watchdog says. You know, most people on this thing have not been around long enough to even understand this fight, whatever it may be. But to finally see governments and the U.S. not say anything, even if you just joined in, as you can see other countries doing everything to stop the fraud, why isn't the U.S. doing it? And that's, you know, that's just to show you how big this mess has been. You know, and I'm glad that other people are doing it because people think that, you know, it's just us yelling, making noise, and it's other countries are really stepping in and taking the top spot from us. You know, we just happen to be yelling at it longer, but that's why a company like Finger Motion will get dragged into this and do very well. I wish the CEO would leave, and so we can put a company in there so we can talk about it. But we are front and center. William, there was a company that Christian put up the other day. What's the name of it? Something I'm looking right now. She put it up the other day where the company put out. They're looking for like a blue sheet investigation. Also, I'll get to the MMTLP. I'm just looking through her stuff right now. I forgot the name of the company.
I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember the symbol. It's a small cap. It's a 5-cent stock. They demand like a blue sheet. They wrote a letter to Congress. I mean, everyone's trying to do something, you know, to expose and stop this stuff. It's not just us, but we just happen to be lucky that we're not trying to join in the fight. We've been the fight for a long time. So again, oh goodness, I'm sorry, I forgot the symbol of it. I'm looking through our stuff. I'm sorry I wasn't as prepared.
It's all right. Don't be sorry. Everyone's relaxed.
Yeah, it's a good day to do it because we don't have to look at the stock and have to worry what the next criminal activity is going to be. It's just amazing. But that's the two things I wanted to talk about. There's many companies joining the fight, and we are not like some. Used to be the GameStop people used to in AMC say, "Oh, you guys are just piggybacking with what's going on with us," and we've been doing it way before these guys came around. So,
here,
you know,
she's sending it. Maybe we can find it. I can find it for you. It's SCLX. SCLX. Silex.
Right. There's another company that's making noise. We're banging on the doors, and they have to do something. Other countries, I mean, she's been posting it every day on Twitter. She gets up before me, and she's really she's taken over my job. I don't have to do it anymore, and I appreciate it because as a reporter, at least she could, you know,
she's not as grumpy.
She can put a sentence together that makes sense. Me, it's just anger. Rah, 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 you know, she got it, and you know, with people like her that are in the fight, she brings respect to the game as a reporter. She has always been an expert on it, but she's stepped in and was willing to learn, and she's now an expert on it. She really does get it. Every little thing she throws up, she's figuring it out. You know, she understands all the little things, which is great. You know, if you're going to be in this game, I always told you, education is the most important part. And she's taking the time to really understand what's going on here. She'll ask questions every once in a while, but for the most part, she gets it and she moves through it. And, you know, and you can just read the way she attacks it. It's just great stuff, you know. She also, I'm just reading through her stuff. She talks about the U.S. moves towards faster stock settlement. We're right in the middle of it now. T+1. T+1. It could be T plus 22 minutes. If they don't enforce it, William, doing it faster doesn't. It should be T plus instantaneously. I mean, if you go to a good friend of mine always told me this: go to Paris, you can have a cup of coffee with your credit card, and before you actually finish the coffee, the transaction's almost settled already. Meaning they got it in the currency, the U.S. currency, and they settle the transactions. That's how fast they can do this.
Do you think the promoter at that Rolling Stones concert that you went to would like to settle up the tickets after the show or before it?
He wants it before because if you didn't like it, it's tough shit, If the Rolling Stones died on the stage in the middle of the show, it's going to take you a long time to get a refund.
It's not hard to do. It's just not.
Yeah, so they are doing it, and again, so all this T plus 3, 2, 1, just adding pressure. These are all good things for us, but again, enforcing it is the most important thing. These guys, they have trades that are open for 2 years, 3 years here. It's not like they T+1 going from T+2 to T+1 is earth shattering. If they enforce it, it's really gonna expose it. I think, and this is my guess, that the SEC is turning the valve to shut off naked short selling. They cannot do it all at the same time because, as you can see, there's many companies screaming about it now. If they did it at one time, turn the valve off and say, okay, everybody settle trades right now, there'd be thousands of companies going crazy at the same time. So what they're doing, all these things are being done is to clean up the settlement. If they came out like South Korea or China saying, or Vietnam, if we catch you, you're going to die or get hung. I think the market would be exploding. I think the market is exploding for one reason, that there's a lot of covering, a lot of these bigger names, they're cleaning up positions. I really do believe that they are cleaning up, and it will start to drift down, and it'll affect other names. So all these things that we're seeing that are going on are just fantastic. I'm also looking at one of the stories she posted from that guy Ace, who put up Arca Bulls. He put up he actually does the computerized charts, and he explains. You could see the manipulation of the times and when they actually happened. It's pretty good. And these are things that you need to understand. You need to recognize when the attacks are happening. This way you understand it. All right, let me just move on to this because I just looked at something she was posting. She gives a great recap of everything that I should touch. Everything she's doing, I could just recap off of her. I don't need to study anything anymore. She always has.
I'll just have her call in next time.
Yeah, I mean, what are we doing? Get her out. She's always out there playing pickleball, running around, having a grand old time. But we talk about this. I'm going to touch on it because she really highlighted it. GameStop recently sold 42 million shares to someone. That is a huge.
Well, explain that. You're jumping in the middle. GameStop had that spike, and then they did a deal.
They did a secondary. They did a secondary offer.
Yeah.
And it looks like it was done at $20. Okay, I'm just going to give the exact. I'll say 20. It was 42 million shares. It's almost $900 million of money. That is, I think that the float was
306 million. I looked it up. It's about 14 to 15% of the float.
Right. So they just issued all these shares. And if you look at the institutional holdings, the biggest holding is of 2 big funds. And the next one, number 3 on the list, is 2 million shares. I'll look at it for a second. So whoever bought it needs to file, because that is a huge position. No matter what stage you're looking at, it's a big position that someone needs to tell us, on the long side, who bought the shares. It's just, give me 1 second, William. I'm pulling it up. Holders, here it is. I'm looking at GameStop, and the holders, the biggest is Vanguard and then BlackRock. It's 25 million for Vanguard, 22 million for BlackRock. And then it's State Street, which is 8 million. Then it goes down to 4 million. Then it drops Charles Schwab Management, 2 million. And it drops quick, 1 million, 6, 1, you know. So whoever bought 40 something million, there's got to be a filing or a change of ownership by one. Did Vanguard buy it? Did BlackRock buy it? Their holdings are going to go way, way up. They only own 22 million. They're going to go to add another 40 to it, whoever's doing it. I mean,
Well,
it
makes me remember or think about my opinion that it's those kind of companies that are doing this counterfeiting via intermediaries and stupid idiot fronts like Jeff Easton. But that's just my opinion. You can't approve it. You cannot approve it.
Well, I'm just trying to show you that 42 million shares were purchased. By law, you have to report if you own a big percentage like that.
4.9%, yeah.
Yeah, that's a big position. And so far, there's been nothing about it. People are talking about it, how it's such a wonderful event. And my only question is who bought it and when will we see their name? Now, this has been a few days already. Who bought it and when will we see their name? It would be a cover story. The Wall Street Journal, if it was BlackRock just bought 42 million shares. They increased their ownership. They doubled, they went up, to over 12% of the company. I mean, it'd be massive. If there is no filing, then who purchased it? And I'm trying to say is that we both all think that the only person that really bought a stake like that would have been a short seller trying to cover.
It might not apply anymore, but back when I remember, to do a deal of that size would probably take weeks, if not a month, to announce it, put out the press, have road shows, and to go around to the brokerage firms. They got it done in one day. It was either prearranged or my opinion is that guy that you always quote, the guy that popped up out of nowhere was a signal to Wall Street to run the stock price up. So then they could come in and close this deal, suck in retail, and they cover some shorts. So anyway, I'll make it a question. Do you think this is a sign of Wall Street starting to clean up some of its shorts, like Barnes and Noble is the next rumor?
I think that the squeeze, that happened again. I think it was created by Ryan Cohen, because Ryan Cohen actually helped start it the first time. All right, because he was one of the guys at 3 3/4 on that point, where his friends all started piling in. When I was reporting on it, when I reported on it in February of 2020. So I think Ryan Cohen's buddies were part of this thing. They squeezed it. Wall Street, the SEC, knew what was going on. I wouldn't doubt it if they forced Ryan Cohen to help Citadel or somebody who was short. I wouldn't doubt it. I do believe. Matter of fact, if I don't see a name any day, any moment, all right, this is a huge story. The Wall Street Journal. Somebody should be reporting on it, and no one has. So it tells me that it has to be a short seller. If we get a name, if someone wants to stand up, I know if I bought it, I'd be proud to say I put up, I put up $900 million investment into GameStop. Who did it? Who's the proud person? I haven't heard anything yet. So let's see what the name is. I don't want to jump, but as an investor in the short selling, in the short selling fight, this smells like a short was covered. That's what it looks like to me. So again, same thing in AMC. Who bought all that secondary in AMC? They did that big offering also. They did 70-something million shares, and no one stuck up for that name. I mean, these are massive trades, and no one's saying that they bought it. No one. Not one person. I didn't see one story. XYZ fund. They're the one that bought this position. No one's saying anything. I would think they would be proud to say they're involved in it. All right, because if you did buy it and you are a world-class investor, boy, these stocks would go crazy because it looks like the shorts never did cover. Correct, William? You understand that?
Yeah.
How about that little twist? Because of the if you filed and showed your name, you would sit there. I would have to say, oh my goodness, GameStop 42 million was sold, and the shorts didn't get any of it. That's remarkable because that means the short's still alive. But it looks to me, imagine being the short. The stock goes from $10 to 80, gets crushed always back down, and you could buy back 42 million shares at $20. Let's say you did it, 40 million shares at a $50 average. You're making $30, $40, 40 million times. I mean, it's a massive, massive profitable trade. It's just huge. And the same thing at AMC. AMC spiked to 12. They did it at 3 3/4. That stock, they 72 million shares. Imagine selling that at, I'll say $6. Now, I didn't say 10 or 12. 6, you're buying it back. You made 2 points on 70 million shares. I mean, it's just massive money, but, so, and the next leg of that, which she put up a great post on, is Millennium, which is a major fund in New York City, was busted because it's a criminal charge if you short a stock and cover on a secondary offering. For example, William is a broker, calls me up, I'm Millennium, and he says he's doing a secondary in XYZ. And I say, thank you. The stock is 50. I short it. And then William gives me the secondary stock at 45. So I make a quick $5. That's illegal to do.
They do it, though. They do it.
I posted for years. You would need 100 school buses to pick up every criminal that does that trade. They all do it. Think about that for a second. How William has a secondary offering in a stock, and they just call. So they call me up and they say, "I like to buy. We have a secondary. Oh, I just happen to be long that stock. I want to have more. It's like impossible to actually find the people that actually want to buy more. It's hard. You may find 1 or 2, but to find that many on that big of a position, or they'll say, hold on a second, let me sell my position. I own 5 million shares. I'll sell it. And then I'll buy the whole thing back on a secondary. That's what a long would do sometimes. Because this way they can get it back down $2. Why not? That's how Wall Street thinks. It's really everything you see there is an open can. Everyone can see it. It's always reported. You can see it. So you just got to be, that stuff does happen. And I just want you to understand what's going on here. You have to really, it happens in all stocks. So you got to be aware of it. But if you did short it and covered on the secondary, it's illegal. And Millennium was fined by the SEC for doing exactly that trade. And she has it up on Twitter. She wrote a story on it. It's perfect. It's right there. So you got the whole thing. You got to, if someone does do the secondary and buys it, you have to file that you own it. That's number one. If you don't, and you're a short seller covering, okay, if any of those people that bought it and never filed, that means they're covering a short. The SEC should look into it because that's basically illegal to do, is to short and then cover on a secondary. You're not supposed to do that. All right. And as you think about it now, William, you ready, William? What is Lynn Partners doing? What do all the toxic lenders do? They all short and they go to the companies and they convert at a low price. It sounds like the same thing, correct? Almost, right?
Well, they do it on steroids, and it's illegal as hell. And,
right.
There's no real, you're supposed to have price discovery, bid and ask, demand versus supply. Sometimes it gets out of whack. There isn't any of that anymore. They just sell everything down.
Well, that the difference between what we're seeing in GameStop and what, for example, a Finger Motion, is these guys were naked shorting. No one was settling the trades, and they just kept piling the short up. They keep selling, and they're looking to buy the stock back, and they can't. That's the difference. The company's not offering any stock. So that's the difference between a GameStop and AMC, and I go finger motion. It's actually going on in real time in KNW, King Nancy William. Lynn gave the company $12 million a loan. Obviously, they can convert into stock. And they start naked short selling immediately. And when the stock crashes, they'll convert at the lowest possible point. But the crime is, how do they carry all these shares that they're short for so long until the stock crashes? Because if they did it all in 2 days, shorted it the shit out of it and crash it down, they would be exposed immediately, because you could just see it so obvious. So they do it over time. They just keep selling, like you're seeing in Finger. Sell every day. And they hope that the stocks will eventually collapse. But if they don't have a debenture, they can't do anything about it. So it's, Finger Motion has them trapped. KNW is basically on death row because the company owes Lynn $12 million. If anyone knows anyone who's invested in that company, tell the CEO to get in touch with Mark Bazile, and he can help them get out of that debenture and go after Lynn. So I try to tell people, I don't own it, I have nothing to do with it, but if you're aware of it, pass it up and help save the company and investment. If you do nothing, look out below, it's going to sub pennies. So that was couple of things I wanted to touch on. You wanted to touch about the CAT system.
Well, this gentleman, Columbia Bound, says the CAT system got approved as far as he knows, but they got a 2-year extension on a reporting request. I just looked up the consolidated audit trail on Google News. Here's 5 headlines in a row. SEC's consolidated audit trail is a disaster waiting to happen, Senator John Kennedy. Citadel Securities leads suit to gut SEC trading surveillance. Conservative groups sue SEC over consolidated audit trail. Wall Street Journal, the SEC wants to spy on your portfolio.
That's my favorite one.
The National Center for Public Policy or something, NCLA, unleashes lawsuit to take down SEC's illegal mass data collection machine. Traders Magazine, CAT, how can a new government program that most Americans have never heard of cost so much? Some young reporter with a smile. Suit challenges SEC market surveillance tool as unconstitutional.
Okay. Everything you said is written by the hedge fund community to help, so that we never get a chance to get the exposure to expose the criminals. That's what's going on. Because if we wrote any of those stories, the headline would be completely different. We would all say the same thing. Retail investors applaud the SEC to expose the crooks. Anyone doing any wrongdoing, so we can protect retail investors. That's the headline I see. I don't think anybody on this phone cares that the SEC knows you bought some stock and anything. I think they find out anyway if they wanted to look. This is just trying to expose the counterfeiters and the crooks. And look at the pushback. All those stories are the same. You can't do this. And the best part, William, is they're trying to blame the retail. They want to protect us. They're just exactly did they put the system in place for? The system is in place for one reason, is to expose the crooks. That's it. Whether it's a retail crook or a big crook, it doesn't make a difference. Offshore, wherever it may be. Again, the system is designed to help send a message to get the crooks. That's what the message is. They're trying to do this slowly. And the way the SEC works, they never implement anything they approve in 1 minute because they want to make sure it goes smoothly, which is basically a way of saying, hey, we got to give them more time to clean up their mess. That's how they do it. Now, the opposite of that is DJT and Donald Trump. Now, I keep getting a rash of shit that DJT is a garbage company and whatever. I personally do not care what they do. All I know is that the most powerful man in the world is on our side, and but the Democrats have been going after him, and they're going after his money. That's what they want to do. They want to shut down his ability to make a lot of money to fight against them. Well, we just happened to be caught in the middle of this whole crossfire. And the best thing about it is the election is coming up in November. Whatever Donald Trump is going to do with his public company, Devin Nunes, has to be done between now and the election. I went over it, I'll say 5 days ago. So we're down to 161 days, maybe 100 and if you take away the holidays, which we're going through now, and the weekends, we're below 120 days, below, maybe about 116, 117 by now, to the election, trading days before the election. Soon we'll be breaking through 100. That stock has to be cleaned up. Whatever's going to happen is happening. It's happening between now and the election, because when he is elected, he cannot come out there and say, can you help? You know, we need to do everything to help enforce settlement on DJT. He can't do it then. He can fight the battle now because he's not the president of the United States right now. So I expect that game to get heated up real fast. And Devin Nunes is going to drag in old companies, and Finger Motion happens to be tied to them. I have sent the message back. I'm willing to testify anytime. So that's why we're attached to it. And I think it's all, we always look for timing. Remember, the most important thing on any trade you're doing is, when is it going to go up? We all say the same thing. My goodness, I've been here 3 months, it hasn't gone up. I've been here a year, 2 years. I've been here 3 years. We all say the same thing. When's it going to go? And that's the most important thing, because we do not know the timing. If we did know, the SEC would be locking us up if we knew all the timing, because that's what Ivan Boesky specialized in. He just passed away, but he was a guy who traded on inside information all the time. Whether he created it, he knew it, but that's what his game was, and he went to jail for it. So again, timing is the most important thing. If we can time it, you can kill it. That's how it works. Am I correct, William?
I suppose that's one way to put it.
That's how the whole game is timed.
I've noticed all of the information we seem to have over the last 2 years doesn't really matter one way or the other. The market's changed. It's really changed.
Well, I think that everything the reason it doesn't help us is because we're fighting such a battle, and now the game is gone. The game is moved out of the hands of the SEC, and that'll lead to the MMTLP lawsuit now, the RICO charges. That company, SILX, which just sent that letter to the government about settlement. Right. AMC, GameStop, of all have exposed. And someone, you said Bed Bath & Beyond is in play. But I mean,
no, Barnes & Noble, somebody said.
Barnes & Noble. I'm sorry, Barnes & Noble. I mean, so there's all types of fights going on. And this is Canadian securities regulators announced move to T+1 settlement cycle. She just put up that story also. So everyone's doing the same thing. We're all following the mighty SEC and going to T+1. Again, enforcement is the whole key to this whole thing. But I think all the different things that we're seeing, and I've been doing this a long time, they're doing exactly what should have been done faster, but they do it because they don't want to expose the whole, all the banks and all the criminals, because they've done so much damage when they have to buy it back. Think of these buffoons, for example, in Finger Motion. They've sold 227 million shares at an average price of $4 and let's say 50 cents. And once they stop selling, this thing will be 10 in a blink. And think about now being underwater by $5.50 in 1 second on 227 million shares. That's $1 billion out the window at $10. They've been selling it so low, buying it back high is going to blow people out of the water. They know it. We all know it. That's the best part about a short squeeze, is when they have to cover, the losses are infinite. Right? That's That's the only reason that I'm actually even trying to fight this battle, because I know it's life-changing when you do catch it. And the people in GameStop who were lucky enough to buy this last run between 10 and 20 and sell it between 50, 60, or 70. My daughter did it, and she only did it with 5 shares. Unfortunately, we don't have the money. She paid 27, sold it at 63. Imagine if she bought, 50,000 shares and made that difference, That's what's now just reduce the numbers. Let's say it's not 27 and she bought 50,000 shares at $2.70. Take the number down, instead of 27, $2.70, selling it at $8, $8, $9 or $80. I mean, that's just these enormous returns, making $6, 50,000 times, it's 400 or 500 grand. That's a trade. Imagine paying $3 and selling it at 300. These are life-changing situations, and that's why we're all here. And that's why we follow everything that's going on. Everyone, I'm sure, can now see the writing on the wall. I mean, if you can't see the writing on the wall, as we posted, Stevie Wonder can see it, and he's blind. Everyone has seen it. I'm trying to look at somebody just sent me. Give me 1 second. I'm just reading something. Some of the outstanding rejections of material inconsistencies from all cats report activity that begin to are resolved. Meaning there is naked short saying so this upcoming Friday to resolve it. So they're saying the cat system, the end is coming. If you have any issues, they're going to expose it. So, I mean, there's a lot of things happening. Again, I'm not behind the scenes at the SEC and the DTC. They all know this problem is here. And again, the game is, to me, is super fast right now. I know most don't think so. Everyone here on this phone wants to buy the stock on Tuesday and sell it Wednesday up $50. I got it. We all want to do that. So you just have to either bear with it or go do something else. If you want to go play Wild Swings, go play NVIDIA. You get up and down every day, go knock yourself out. We're here trying not to get wiped out, slow accumulation, and you watch the regulators, what we're watching right now. Slowly, they're turning the knobs to the valve off, and we're going to clean up. And it's just a matter of when and what day it's going to be. Find your game, find your stock, and you know what? Educate yourself on it and figure it out, because the event is coming. The event is coming, and we just want to be ready for it. So that's the most important thing. What was your other question, William? I'm sorry.
Phil Bill's pointing out that on that GME trade, they probably kept it under 10%, which is probably right, because when you add the shares that were issued to the existing float, it's probably under 10%.
It's still, if you go look at the holders, go to GameStop and their holders, I'm looking at it again, under 10%. Companies that are filing, Charles Schwab Investment Management, less than 0.92%. Bank of New York Mellon has 0.066%. You talk about adding 10%. Of the 10% has been sold to somebody. Morgan Stanley, Principal Financials, 0.33, 0.34. They're not even at 1%, and they filed. These are filing holders. These big mutual funds. Who bought it? That's the most important thing. Who bought the position? That's who we're looking for.
Someone asked about the Lynn Partners website. I just looked it up. It's gone. They just have a page there with their name and address, so they don't have an interactive website.
I think Lynn Partners is up at the plate at the SEC, and I think the unregistered toxic lending criminal charges are coming. So I think we expect to see that soon. They're going through the rotation. I think they're grabbing all these characters. It's the same thing. They basically are an unregistered toxic lender, and their little business of lending money and not having a license or any kind of valid approval from a regulator filing is coming to an end. So the reason they never filed as a registered advisor is because they don't want anybody to see what they're doing. Because once you file, you have to show everybody what you're doing.
And then on the cat, I still am confused. Is it going to have an impact or is it not going to have an impact?
I think it is going to have an impact. I think that if you don't think it's having an impact, just go back and listen to the 10 stories you read. Why would they write all those stories if it wasn't going to have an impact? All they're doing is showing us how trapped they are. That's why that's why everyone's going out of the way. They're filing suit. They're doing all this crazy stuff because they're showing you the cat has caught the rat. That's what it is. That's what's going on. The SEC is giving them plenty of time to get them to clean up their acts. All right. So much money's been stolen that's offshore. Okay. The SEC has to do something to get that money back onshore. They have to claw it back. They don't want these guys just to take their money, disappear, and file bankruptcy. Then they have to go chase crooks all over the world. So they're trying to slowly look at Alpine, for example, and GTI and the Kramers. There's 500 million plus shares that are naked short. We all know about it. The NSCC told us in a court document. The Kramers are busted. Alpines were going out of business. Where's the short? That's an classic example of someone needs to close out this transaction. Where is this thing living? I don't know where it is. I have no idea now. I thought that by going after the short, it would lead to a prime. The prime committed fraud, all right, because they were out of money, gets busted by the SEC and the NSCC. They go belly up. Where did they drop this in? Is the DTC holding it now? Someone is holding it. Someone of power has this position. It's not like it's they just threw it into another LLC and moved it somewhere else. Someone has this position. I don't know where it is though. I'm not an attorney, so I can't go around and I expect a guy like Richard Hoffman to do it. This is big boy stuff. Where did it go? Anyone needs to attack the NSCC is an attorney to sit there and say, hey, these guys have a concentrated short position. Where did it go? Show us that you covered it, which we know they haven't. Where is it? What happened to it? You're the one that told us. I told you before, that is the only company that was ever told that there's a concentrated short position. It's in a court document. And because of that concentrated short position, the Kramers went out and Alpine went out. And what happened to it? That's what the CAT system is for, to expose things like that. And they can't let these people get these massive positions anymore.
Did you comment enough on the Lynn Partners website? I can't remember if I cut you off.
Yeah, I think I just said they're at the plate. The SEC's throwing them 100-mile-an-hour fastball, and I don't think they're going to hit it. I think we're going to see their name in bright lights shortly.
Couldn't happen to a better group of people.
You put up the old story from the Australian newspaper. Excuse me, everyone. I'm just going to run to the little boys' room. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Wash your hands.
All right, man. Hold on a second.
So GME's up 41% on the German exchange. And down here, Phil Bill says UBS is closing out their position. I'll ask him about that. UBS. Hey, John Rambo. Well, Brandon, what they did is take advantage, sure enough, and to be able to go acquire with $2 billion. That's what GTII was doing with that warrant. Unfortunately, it got short stopped. But yeah, imagine if you build up that cash and you go buy real assets. Pretty cool. I forgot what I said on 217, or maybe you're talking about Cat.
All right, I'm back.
So one person pointed out that GME is up a lot in
Yeah, no,
Germany today.
again, so maybe somebody knows who bought it. Maybe that's the reason. And listen, I only pray. I've always said Warren Buffett and Carl Icahn, these guys used to step in. Carl Icahn did it in Herbalife in his fight against Pershing Square back in the day. Pershing Square was writing, his name is, what was his name of Pershing Square? Ackman, maybe? I forget his
Bill
name.
Ackman? Bill Ackman?
Yeah, Pershing Square. He's a big fund manager. He came out and said Herbalife is a fraud. He was all over TV at $24, something like that, $25. Very adamant. You can HLF. You can go out and read the story yourself. Same history repeats itself, people. He wrote that the company is a complete fraud, blah, 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 blah. That's his opinion. He did it in presentations. He was short. He did this big presentation. Carl Icahn stepped in with his friends on the long side, squeezed it to 100. The guy threw in the towel, squeezed him dead. He took a beating in it. The stock squeezed to 100. They made him cover. Then the stock dropped. That was it. Short squeeze. Carl Icahn stepped in with his friends, saved the company and the attacks against it. And you know what? It was just a forced, orchestrated, long, short squeeze, and it went to 100. That's exactly what these big guys need to step in. Someone needs to step in. We all know that GameStop is probably going to be overvalued at some point, or AMC is going to be overvalued. We all got it. But that's what the SEC has created. They created these short squeezes because the guys on the short side are too short. And that's what happens. And the SEC doesn't like short squeezes because obviously retail investors get caught up in it, on a squeeze and hurry up, it's going. They all run in, piling in. And think about the poor soul if someone did pay $500 for GameStop because they thought it was going to 1,000. And that's what the SEC has created that loss for that individual. I'm sure somebody did. But that's the SEC's fault. This is what they don't like. And here it is, they created it. And hold on, I think I actually have the SEC saying that. Give me 1 second. All right, William, give me a break. I can't move that fast. Hold on 1 second. Let me just get a photo up here. I think I saved it. Where is it? Here it is. Let me see this. I put this photo up from Pat Byrne, Blind Justice at the SEC. And the one thing the SEC talks about, the grandfathering provision of Reg Show, were adopted because the commission was concerned about creating volatility where there'd be large pre-existing open positions. SEC website. They were afraid that the short squeezes would happen. The failed statistics of individual firms and customers is information for the actual trading firm, and it may reflect firms' trading strategies. So the SEC was concerned that, let's say it's Citadel, and they had to report these big short positions, everyone would take advantage of it because Carl Icahn did the same thing in Herbalife when Pershing Square did it. They don't want, every once in a while, these guys step out and, scream about a stock, the short sellers, and they get roasted. For example, Dog Victor Apple, and I spell it for you slowly, Dog Victor Apple, DeVito. Dog Victor Apple's the symbol. Maybe it was 2 years ago. Jim Chanos came out and called the company an insurance fraud, a complete insurance fraud. It happens to be a dialysis company that was funded, and the biggest holder is Warren Buffett, and he attacked him. He called it a fraud. I remember posting it. The stock was $56 and $57. They drove it down to $53 that day, all over TV. It's a fraud. It's a fraud. It's a fraud. If you Google it, you can see it while we're looking at it. while we're talking about it. Chanos, one of the biggest famous short sellers, complete fraud. He couldn't say it anymore. Stock dropped $4 or $5, traded millions of shares. And I said to myself, and I posted it on Twitter, if this stock is going to at least 125, it's going to be zero. It's going to be one or the other. Well, the DOJ never said, no one ever said anything about this big insurance fraud in the company. It went to 130. I was off by $5. And that is Jim Chanos and his friends who were short. They were shorting, distorting, and it didn't work. Chanos recently shut down his short selling. He's no longer in the business. So the short and distort, when they tried these big attacks, didn't work anymore. They started getting busted. All right. I know we don't see it because we're in a smaller game, but you got to understand the big game is the same thing. We're doing the same. Our game is the same as the big game. Finger motion is the same as a DaVita, or it's the same thing. We had Capybara. They had Jim Chanos. All right. Jim Chanos took his punishment and bailed out and covered. We have someone short, Lynn Partners and their friends, wherever they're hiding it. They're short so much, it's impossible to cover without them going to jail. That's the game. That's how big it is. And you know what? It's coming to a head. They've had years of running rampant, destroying everybody. And now it's changing. The tide is that we turned the game over now, and where the longs have the power now. The trade is to the long side, not to the short side anymore.
Maybe. Hopefully. Two people.
You can have your opinion on it. I'm telling you, my opinion is the game's changed. The trade's to the long side. The people, the shorts are not. Jim Chanos folded for a reason, because he knows that the trade is on the long side, not the short side.
I would rather listen to your opinion.
I've been doing this a long time, and I think that these guys have basically know it's going the opposite way, and they're all, all we're getting stuck now is with real criminals or these market makers like Virtue and and the Citadel. So these small-time criminals are going down one at a time. Savvy Management, he's not in the game anymore, right? All these guys one at a time. The SEC's picking them off, and they're all going to be watched. And I believe they're all going to start getting. If you go back in time, the DOJ said they were going to start chasing down the criminals. All right, it's taken a little time, but the criminal charges you can see are going to be pretty easy. Like, for example, Savvy or the Kramers, they violate how many times they're going to be, how many times can you keep running around drinking and driving? They put you in jail now, right? So that's the same thing that I see happening here. You have some other questions? What were the other questions?
Two people bring up the point that now GME has $1 billion on its balance sheet, or $2 billion or something. Does that matter to you?
Does it matter?
Well, did GME, Cohen, whoever play it well? On the other hand, is the company set for growth?
I understand that. Someone posted, I'm just going to show you how crazy it is. Someone posted that GameStop just raised $1 billion and now could do a buyback. So they borrowed the money back at 20 and they're going to chase the stock and take it up. I doubt that's going to happen. So a buyback, I don't believe is going to happen there. All right. I don't think that Ryan Cohen's just going to take the money he just raised and go buy the stock to drive it to the roof to make everybody happy. Ryan Cohen, as the CEO, I told you before, he's a short squeeze guy. He would love squeezing the shorts. I think he just did it. So all his buddies that got involved with him, between, let's say, $30 down to 10, they all doubled their money. Whatever, if it took a little time, but he squeezed it for them. I think they squeezed it. His buddies all made a nice payday, and now he has to actually do what he wanted to do, is run a company. He has $2 billion in the bank now. He's fully funded. He's got the world behind him for whatever reason, and he has plenty of money. There's no way he's buying back the stock. I think he has to build the company out now. I personally think he should just go buy like a Microsoft or Apple or something, one of those stocks should just become Warren Buffett. That's what I think. Forget building a business. I think that's what he should do. But he probably wants to build a business. He has a vision for something. And, if you want to stay with it, you stay with it.
Happiness is positive cash flow. That's what Carl Icahn said. I like that.
All right. So even though you have a lot of money, he has to build a business. And if you look at it, William, let's just put over for all the people screaming that DJT is a worthless company. It's the same thing as GameStop. They're two companies that are building businesses. Let them build a business. DJT's got 300 million in cash. They don't have $2 billion. But they're building their platform, whatever their business is. I don't know what exactly it is, but they're building this platform and they have a vision to drive revenue. GameStop has tons of money now, and they need to build a business, whatever that may be. I don't know, but I give them time to do it.
Do you think the CAT system is coming to the fore right now because Asia is banning shorting?
I think Asia is basically, as I say before in my foul mouth, is that they're pissing on the SEC. They're abusing the U.S. equity markets. Everyone knows that it's completely fraudulent. I think that they have to do something.
Piss down my back, Senator, and tell me it's raining.
That's what they're doing.
I buy calls at $7. I exercise the calls at $7. The sale would be recorded at $7 and the price goes up to $7. No, you're saying while the stock sits at $3, you wouldn't exercise the calls at $7, but I guess if you were to, in a moment of complete insanity, I don't think that would print as a $7 trade on the exchange. I'm trying to remember if any of my clients ever did anything like that.
No one ever did that.
It's just
the only time you would exercise that. For example, if you're going to exercise your calls, I would be calling up my broker. If GameStop is actually trading at $25, let's say, up from 19 or the close at 20, and you own the 20 calls and you want to get the stock, you can sit there and say, I want to exercise and, do it over the weekend. You can tell them they'll have to exercise it for you. That's the only time that I would, see that happening.
I mean,
But why would you do it? Because you're going to be in parity. Why would you go through the expense? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, even if somebody did it, I don't think it would be recorded on the exchange because it's an option trade.
He's talking about where the trade's going to show up.
Yeah.
What it trades. Yeah. I don't think so. I think it's just. For example, if you own a GameStop 20 calls, I'm sure that they're. I'm just going to guess. Let's say expirations next Friday, the stock at 20, the stock is so volatile. Those options have got to be $8, right? Yeah. Why would you exercise and go into equity? You lose your $8 in premium. It just doesn't make sense.
I just don't. But I don't think a trade prints on the exchange when you exercise calls. But I guess something has to be reported. I don't know.
Well, I just looked at it. Listen, I don't need to be concerned about that. I don't think
maybe it's done after hours, but I that would be manipulation.
He's looking for a squeeze on using options. For example, the gamma squeeze is that, remember, when you buy the calls, the person on the other side of the transaction who sells you the calls hedges his position by buying the stock. If I have no position and you come to me, I'm going to sell you 100 calls of GameStop 30s at $3. I'm looking at, okay, my break even to me is going to be 33. I got to start buying the stock. So if I can afford to buy, 100,000 shares or 10,000 shares, I'll start buying it at 21, 22, 24, 25, 26. Doesn't make a difference. I'm just closing. The faster I buy the stock, I'm locking in the money because I'm short the call. I'll buy the stock. So I think you're just talking about a gamma squeeze. Remember, you buy the calls in size, the market makers are turning around and buying the stock, and that drives a gamma squeeze. That's all it is. I just wanted to, let me change the subject for a second, because remember, I talk about a lot of different stocks, and Bill Walton just died of cancer, 71 years old. Now, do you think Bill Walton, professional, he was TV, basketball player, great basketball player. You don't think him or his family would wanted him to take anything, or CBM or Northwest Bio? Those are just two of the names that I know of, or CELU, something working on extending your life, or TELO Williams, something to help extend his life. Maybe he can live to 75 or 79, or Michael Strahan's daughter who has brain cancer. Don't you think everybody would want to live a little longer, whatever it may be? I do. And I think it's awful that hedge funds short and kill these companies. They just destroy them, and they do it for profit. And that, you know what, when it's their time and they're going to pass away, you watch how fast they're standing here crying. All right, because once you get one chance in this life, and I don't care how much money you steal, if you steal $50 million, $100 million, like I always tell William, you know what, you can only, how big a stake can you possibly want? Now you're murdering people, and you guys don't understand it. These people, hedge funds, these naked short sellers, they kill people. And example, Bill Walton, I don't know what cancer he has. I'm just saying, but if it was brain cancer, Northwest Bio, now I don't know exactly every gory detail about their drug, but they've been working on it for years, trying to cure brain cancer. And from what I hear, it's whatever their medicine is, it's actually close to getting something done, or it is, I don't know. But why wouldn't we reward companies like that can help save people's lives? It's their own lives. The SEC has family members, the hedge funds. It's just, you never know. But it just drives me nuts that everyone doesn't look at it that way. They murder people. That they did it to our military and force protection. I put it up this morning. They had a truck that protected the soldiers. So when they drove over the mines, they didn't get their legs blown off. All right, it was a special truck. It was a V-shaped truck. So when the things exploded, the explosions went to the sides and didn't take off their legs. They naked shorted the stock from 30 to 3. That's a truck that protects our soldiers. No, I screamed to the high heavens about that in 2006. I can't remember the year it was. And they killed the company. I mean, just think of the stuff that I'm saying. I don't understand who is allowing this stuff. And I don't know these stocks. It's not like I don't. But you know what? I know people, my nephew's in the military. He works on fighter jets. He works on the engines. But, he's not on the front line. But it's just insane that anybody would allow this. I don't even say it only benefits a few people, but it's allowed. And you can see the CAT system and everyone writing letters to protect and make sure that they don't get exposed. Anyway, just my 2 cents on that.
You don't have to defend me here, but Kent says, not long ago, Kent mentioned during one of William's streams that AMC and GME were having a good afternoon run. William dismissed it. Maybe I did. I don't recall that. Said both stocks had squeezed already.
They did.
Smiley face.
They squeezed to 570. I think you can go back and look. Squeezing to $12 is not the squeeze that everybody's looking for, because there's plenty of dead bodies between 12 and 70. So I think William is right. GameStop squeezed to 80. The last squeeze was to 500. That was the squeeze. Do you think it's going to just keep squeezing, or the company's going to keep selling shares and raising money? I think the company's going to take advantage of every squeeze opportunity and keep raising money. The first squeeze whoever that guy's name is the best squeeze.
Kent,
And
Kent.
it happened. Kent missed it. Okay. If Kent is going to talk shit, I guarantee you Kent bought AMC at $3 and sold it at $8. And that to him was the squeeze, which is okay. I got it. That's the trade. That's what it has become. It has become the trade. That's my opinion on it. You can pencil it in. Everyone I know on the street would now trade AMC and GameStop. And I put it up myself, Kent. It's called buy the dip, sell the rip. You could do that all day long trading it. And that's the way to play it. Until the day you buy the dip and it continues the dip and it continues the dip. That is your sign that it's going at the end of the game is coming. So this weekend it's trading up in Germany. Tell Kent if he is long, take advantage of the up $5 in Germany. If he can sell it there, good luck. If he can't, let's see. I'm not here to cheer it down. We want it to work. But you're a novice, and William actually knows way more than you have. He's forgotten more than you learned in this game. The squeeze has happened already. Wall Street doesn't give a shit if you paid $500 for it and you want to get your money back and these people want to yell and scream. It's happened already. If you stay too long, shame on you. That's just the way it goes. It's a bad trade at that point.
Gretchen has a point. I don't quite get it, but you probably will. She says the 25,000 GME share purchase was agreed as a result of the Arceus lawsuit to buy those shares in. That's that Bill Wong. I don't know. That sounds like a small amount of shares.
Wait. You're saying that the GameStop, he was long?
He was short, I guess, the lawsuit to buy those back in. The Arceus lawsuit.
So they wanted to cover his position, and the company was nice enough to sell him 25 million shares at $20.
Maybe.
That was nice. That was nice of the GameStop to do that. I don't think any public company that knows they have a short desperation they have to cover, they would negotiate to sell it to them at $30 or $40.
If a reporting entity has shares but moves those shares offshore, do they still show up as long?
Yes.
I think all the trades are here in the US of A.
Yeah, you just said a reporting entity where they report they own the position.
Yeah.
If they report it, it doesn't disappear. Reporting funds report for a reason.
Ken, I don't think I was hypocritical, but you got your time in the sun.
Listen, William.
You got your time in the sun.
That's it. He's talking like an idiot.
Vin Man just put up before you said it, I guess, that Bill Walton died at 71. That's terrible. That's so young. I know many of you think that's old, but
yeah, all I'm trying to say is that there are diseases that hurt people. There's diseases that small companies have been working on. And, there's a couple, one of the gentlemen we met, William, said that he believes that Northwest Bio is real close to, it's 44 cents.
I think Northwest Bio is a great story.
They naked shorted it for years. I spoke with the people there 5 years ago. They're fighting back and they've got West Christian. I mean, just think it, at the end of the day, underlining Northwest Bio is what they're working on. It's brain cancer. Now, I don't know what Bill Walton died of, but whatever cancer it is, it's a killer. And many small companies like CELU, who I met, he works on infectious diseases and cancer treatments, I believe. And there's other companies, maybe it's GERN, I forget what they all do. And they don't care. A friend of ours who's a shareholder, SDNS, I think got approval for some diabetes thing, whatever it was, stocks got destroyed. Approval by the FDA. These are companies trying to help people, combat whatever it may be. And I'm just trying to tell you is, besides making money in these numbers, everyone on this phone, believe it or not, has the probability or a chance that you're going to get one of these infectious diseases. And I want you to remember the day you say, man, this guy Ham and William actually talked about this. And look how it's affecting my family now. Let me go out and yell. Well, by that time, it's too late. And that's why I'm trying to tell people, I don't care if you own anything we own, but you need to say something because it does affect everyone. That's it. That's all I'm trying to say. I could care less.
So,
And I don't need to hear some guy whining about his AMC or GME. I mean, I don't really, we don't care.
yeah,
We don't care.
it doesn't.
Don't stop. We don't care. It's a stupid question.
Yeah. Scott says we know short sales can be moved offshore and no longer are counted by FINRA. Yeah, maybe.
But the long side is counted on us.
The trade itself, the buy sell it still has to be straightened up. It's still the tickets still have to be matched at some point.
Right.
I don't know what word to give you.
It's not like we're giving our money to Charles Schwab and they're taking cash out, buying your stock in a street corner, and no one can see the transaction. The transactions are all we just don't know who's selling it to us, and they're not delivering us. That's the stock settlement system, and the CAT system will expose those things. That's
right. That's a good, yeah. So that means the broker, the prime broker, I guess, is the one fudging the.
Well, the prime broker is part of the crime. You know, they're given. Who's given everyone the opportunity to leave trades unsettled for this long, right? It's the prime broker, right? The prime broker is actually doing it, and that's what happens.
Yeah.
And that's what Alpine was doing. That's what all these people are doing. I mean, that's what that it is. It's like, listen, isn't it great that someone can run interference for you and basically sit there and let you do all the criminal activity you want? That's what they do. And the SEC knows it's going on, and the SEC needs to enforce these things, just like they enforce the company, the people that do a pump and dump. They get them so quick. They tell us the symbol, everything about a pump and dump. Oh, Joe Blow, he got paid to pump a stock and blah, 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 blah. It's like Goldman Sachs. They write research reports. It's a pump and dump. It's the same thing. They pump them up. It's the same thing. Only they go after smaller people that are doing, which I got. I have no problem with that. But when they do it on the short side, right, we never know any of the details. Oh, what's the name got short as a toxic short seller? What stocks did he do? They never tell you the names. The only name I've ever seen has been GTII. It's right there. It's in black and white in a court document from the highest levels of the depository trust, the SEC. GTII has got front row, center stage on short selling. It's right there. And no one talks about it. There needs to be an attorney that wants to step up. It's an easy layup. I just don't have the money to do it.
This guy's pointing out why everybody's in Florida because they're close to the Cayman Islands. Maybe. I think, Wall Street's moving to Florida.
I think they do it to protect their homes.
Yeah, and the 10% they save on taxes too.
All right, they do it to, I don't know about the taxes, but they do it. Legitimate hedge funds are down there for taxes, but they mostly, if they ever get caught doing anything wrong, their homes are protected, 100% protected. And that's why Savvy Management ran and bought a $10 million condo. No matter what happens to him, if he goes to jail, whatever happens.
He's still Hal Mintz when he looks in the mirror.
Right. He goes out there and he can sit there and say, all right, I still have the money,
He's still the same.
Yeah, $10 million is a pretty good, it's a pretty good bankroll that you ever need it.
Why doesn't someone sue the DTCC for the amount of shares of one stock?
Good luck. You're talking about the mothership. You will need it's like, I think it may be a quasi government. You can't sue the government, so basically it's that type of thing. I know people have tried. It's impossible.
Well, this is mechanical, but it's about MMT, but it's mechanical, so you might understand it. TD Ameritrade will not direct register your NextBridge shares with AST Equinity, and they will only issue a certificate. Yet I just received my NextBridge certificate from TD, and it's countersigned by AST Equinity. Well, yeah, this apparently this cannot, although when I say it, I remember somebody telling me it can, but it cannot be put in the electronic system. That's why they're sending it to your house, and then you can send it on to the transfer agent. But
Right.
if I'm wrong, it doesn't really matter. That's how I understand it. It's a private company, so it's not part of the direct registration system. Although I think
Listen, I don't want to get involved in that. I mean, that's
Okay.
just,
it's a waste of time.
it's a waste of time. Listen, MMTLP, go reach out to John Berger and those people there. They're the leaders of that organization. They'll tell you exactly what to do. Whatever they're doing, you should follow. That's how I feel. You know, I don't have a gory detail about it. I know people who are there. We can't advise you what to do on that stuff. You know, figure it out yourself. This is the wrong spot for that. We're here to discuss naked short selling, the CAT system, you know, things that we look at, other stocks, and that's basically what we're doing. The writing is on the wall, as far as I can see. The countries, it's not one country, multiple countries are attacking short sellers, throwing criminals in jail. The stories are just endless now, where I've been doing this for 24 years. To get a story like, you know, South Korea coming out was like, oh my God, it's a godsend. But now all the countries are saying it. India's after them. China's after them. Everyone's after them. And where does the hedge funds all seem to come from? Their education is from the US. All right. Wherever the DTC has put their greedy little hands in here, enable these criminals to do all this stuff. All the systems around the world are all following the depository trust, and depository trust has left loopholes so everybody can sort of loot. So all these big organizations, these big funds are counterfeiting, selling shares, and they take advantage in multiple products. And it's turning into the big short. Go back, everyone. I know it's a Monday. I keep thinking it's Sunday. Go watch the movie The Big Short. I watch it all the time. And just change the derivative, make it equities. And it just changed the same thing. These guys were screaming, the system is broken, these guys are doing all these crazy things. What's going on? We bought these options, we're paying all this premium, and we're losing our money because it's not, are the brokerage firms committing fraud? It's the same thing, just change it to equities. And in the end, they killed them. In the end, they killed them. It's a true story. And in the end, what's his name? Michael Burry and everyone else that got in the trade early. And I'll say it again, William, getting in a trade early is hard to do. You look around.
So it's breaking up.
Excuse me?
So it's breaking up. The song breaking up is hard to do.
I say when you get in the trade early, we all start looking around. What am I, the only person that can see this? What's going on? We look around and no one sees it until they do see it. And then you get the reward. That's just the way. I wish I could buy stocks and 3 minutes later say, hey, I got in early. And 3 minutes later, the news comes out and it happens. It just doesn't happen like that. Sometimes you get in early. It could be a week. It could be a year. And the movie was 2.5 years before the housing market broke. All the writing's on the wall. Naked short selling, if you can't see the end of it, this thing is coming, then you're blind. Get out of these trades. Don't listen to these calls. Get the hell out of here. And hope and pray you don't get cancer and die from it. Because that's what this is about. This trade is coming to a head shortly. Find whatever hell you think you can make money with, and this is your opportunity to do it. That's what I see. I don't know all these stocks. You got to be careful. Companies want to raise a lot of money. They want to raise money to survive. So when these things do pop, some may go $1, some may go $100, and the companies will raise money. Just be careful, know what you're doing, and that's it, and figure it out yourself. But everything that we said is coming out every day. It comes out so fast. I have 6 people reporting on it. We can't keep up on it. And like I said, naked short selling kills. Whether they steal your money and you kill yourself, they make it short. Maybe you have a heart attack. Maybe it breaks up your family. You name it. There's nothing good comes out of it. Everything is awful from it. There's no positive. And for them to say they provide liquidity is a complete scam. I don't need liquidity. If I buy a house in a shitty neighborhood, and it's the worst neighborhood in the world, and in 5 years it becomes the best neighborhood, I get rewarded for getting in early. That's what it's about. I got in and suffered with the worst neighborhood. And it happened to my good friend Ernie in Brooklyn. He bought it, I think it was on Bond Street downtown. He bought in Brooklyn. He paid $200,000 for his house. It was 2 floors, a big, a big building. And he bought it. He didn't even let us go visit him. He was a Spanish guy. He wouldn't let us come to his neighborhood because it was so bad. He was afraid that we'd get robbed or something like that. He recently sold his house for $2.9 million to some actor out of California, some Hollywood actor. He never told us who it was. And he made over $2.5 million on it. It's 20 years, but he got in early, right? And he got rewarded. He paid $200,000, sold it for $2.9 million. And now the neighborhood is completely changed. It's the place to be, blah, 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 blah. And that's the same thing about stocks. You get in early, you figure it out, you get the reward. The naked short sellers destroy that reward. They flood the stocks with all these shares. They don't go up. The companies dilute. They change the capitalization of the company, and you get harmed by getting in early. Very different. Look at people buying GameStop now. We're here for the short squeeze. It happened 5 years ago. What are you talking about? You're getting in early. It's a completely different company now. They just sold 50 million shares. I mean, it's crazy. But anyway, I'm not here to advise you on GameStop or AMC. Or it's just too much. Anyway, I just wanted to touch about that.
So when this is a basic question. When you exercise calls, are you forced to sell your stock right away? No, you own your stock. You could exercise she asked, could I exercise my calls in 7 and sell it later at 200? Yeah, you own the stock. When you exercise,
you pay for the stock. Why would you do that? Just get out of the stock.
Yeah.
I mean, get out of the calls, sell your calls, and do what you have to do.
Well, that's the other thing, Gretchen. The market is so efficient. You just hang on the calls, assuming it's within that time frame. You don't exercise them. You just sell the calls for probably slightly better price than the stock, because if the stock's trading at 200, people might be willing to pay a little bit more. Well, I don't know, with a $7 call, it won't matter.
Listen, if you own calls and your stock is going, you have a premium. By exercising, you're losing all the premium. It doesn't make any sense. You don't know what you're talking. Don't do it. Wait for the options to open up. Take advantage of the premium. Sell it, then go buy the stock. You're paying for a premium. Options have a price. What is the price? The price is premium. The option price is all time. It's premium. That's what they call it. You're paying for time. You don't have the money to buy the stock. That's why we buy the options. It's premium.
So Wickedums thinks you've got a campaign talking point for Trump in your tale of people dying because of short selling. Maybe you can get it to Trump so he can add it to his speeches.
I say it every day. Listen, you got to remember, this is a political hand grenade we're talking about. Who wants to be the politician that stands up in front of everybody here, all right, and tells the SEC, the SEC's got to come out there and say, hey, everybody, I'm sorry. This is Gary Gensler here, but the stocks are full of counterfeit shares. We don't know what the fuck we're doing, and you all bought garbage. And now the people that sold us, we have to chase them down. Who wants to go up there and say that under his watch? No one wants to say that. So it's a political hand grenade. So the fight is an individual fight, and those getting to the forefront will win. All right, that's what it's about. We tagged on to DJT. We know the people that are assisting Devin Nunes, and that's why we attached it to there. GameStop happened out of the blue. I reported it myself. I never followed AMC, so I can't take any credit for alerting that one. The people that did GameStop are the same people that involved with GameStop, AMC, and KOSS. The same three names squeezed before, they squeezed them again. Only this time the squeezes are going less and less. All right, so you could sit there in those names, but I think whoever did it in 2020 did the same thing again 2 months ago, a month ago, wherever it happened. If you go look, even KOSS popped up again. That tells me I used to work on the street, and the same stories always came around again, and always came from the same rumor stories, came from the same people. The same people that did GameStop, AMC, KOSS in 2020 did it again. Those three names. So it's the same people. So that's where those things started from. Whatever the hedge funds were doing it back then, I'm sure if the SEC did anything, they could figure it out. It's the same people on the long side, which I don't care. Let them make money. I could kill us. I'm here for retail to make money and stop the criminals from stealing it. Period. Pick your stock, do what you have to do. I'm trying to tell you that there's companies that are working to save our lives. These guys kill them. Now, some of these companies may fail, but you know what? We got to help these companies survive, because maybe by accident they get the cure, whatever it may be. And I'm one for, hey, if you can get things to help people stay alive, because you know what? I have family like you, and we want to all stay alive. No one wants to get someone come down with an illness. And I think Celine Dion has an illness they can't figure out. There's some people that have these diseases, they can't figure it out.
Her voice? Oh, sorry.
I'm just saying CELU does infectious disease. That's what he does. And if he doesn't have the chance to survive, Yorkville has been beating the shit out of that company. And I went to see the guy. Don't take the money. He took the money. And I told him once he takes the money, what's going to happen? He reverses the stock. He reversed the stock. He did everything completely wrong. Why? Because he wanted to have and make sure he can continue to do what he has to do. He didn't give a shit. His capitalization is destroyed. His investors got crushed.
What's the stock?
CELU. The guy was a neurosurgeon in a trauma center in New York. You can't get any better individual. But Wall Street, Yorkville took his pants down and done him dry, as they say. I mean, they just ripped him off, and he just fell for the whole thing. He couldn't understand it.
I'm sure it was NASDAQ, and then they tried to stay on NASDAQ. Why? Why stay?
He got killed. A stock went down to 20 cents. Then he reversed it. I think it's 5 now. Who knows what he did? I told him, you do it, you're dead. But
Right.
Guess what? He's not dead. The company raised money from Yorkville, and now he's $5 again, and he's got another chance at survival again.
And he can award stock to himself.
And he'll keep doing it again. I don't think he's doing it for himself to make money. I just think that he got caught in the Wall Street grinder, and he's done. That's how it works.
Well, the lawyers say you should do this. Whatever.
That's what the lawyers.
And there's a distinction. Is the CEO there for the shareholders or for the company? And if you don't, you're going to say that's the same thing. Well, is it really? Because what this guy did is he made sure the company survived, but the shareholders got crammed down. I just wonder, but I'm not a lawyer. I would go after that argument if I were a lawyer. So you mentioned in a tweet you're headed to DC this week.
I'm going tomorrow, and I spoke with you. I'm calling tomorrow to get an appointment. I'll be there Wednesday. I'm going in the door. I'm going down myself. I don't need anybody. I'm going to Jim Jordan's office, and I have a few other names that I'd like to stop and see. I'm just going to drive down and go take care of myself. I can't sit here all day and watch. This game is over. I'm just going to put a couple of nails in the coffin and get rid of these guys. And I'm going to put the stake in Dracula, as they say. That's what I'm going to do. And that's what I'm going to do. I want to make sure that Devin Nunes doesn't make a mistake when he tells a story to anybody that he's going to see or he has met with.
There's a few servicemen on the call.
They couldn't give a rat's ass. You poor guys. My father landed in Normandy. He should be turning over in his grave. It's a disgrace. These people they couldn't care less.
The one that kills me is those payday loans they put up near the barracks. It's just incredible. Bankers Bankers.
This country needs to build its military, and they do everything the opposite. And Trump's the only person I ever see. Again, you can hate the guy. I don't give a shit, your political thing. I'm here. We need military. We need police. We need first aid. We need, you get in a car accident, who are the people that pick you up? The police, the firemen. You want to be stuck on a road upside down in a car? Who's coming to get you? I mean, it's just, the country's ass backwards here. And all we care about is hedge funds. Oh, look at Jim Chanos. Look at this guy. Look how wonderful these people are. They're all criminals. They reward Goldman Sachs. Oh, we need Goldman Sachs. We need Jamie Dimon. Everything they're doing is criminal. I never saw, at least you got a chance in the casino. These guys, we don't even have a chance here. The deck is so stacked against us.
This is a great trade. Yeah, that's a great trade. Bought AMC at 30,000 at 6, sold it at 55. That's a great trade.
That was 4 years ago.
That's 4 years ago.
What have you done to me lately? What's the next thing? What did you do next? Listen, when you work,
well, you can go out. You can go to town on that story for 4 years.
Listen, what do you wear? You got to take those medals off. That's over with now. That trade.
Still, it's a nice trade.
No, it's a great trade. Listen, it's a great trade. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying, but now life's moved on. You can't stand on the corner with that trade forever. You got to go get another one. Good luck. I hope you didn't buy it back at 25 with the 55. That's what most people do. A lot of people have done that, where they make a great trade and they get back into it and it bites them in the ass. And it happens to everybody. So don't be ashamed. I'm the first to tell you. I'm not a braggart. Everyone has losers. Oh, why did I go back into this one? I could have just walked away. Because we're all too smart. We all thought we had it. We understood it.
So KYP wishes you happy Memorial Day. So does Jenny L.
Thank you very much, girls. Thank you. Thank you. Well, listen, on that note, you got me all riled up now. I'm going to go take a break and enjoy whatever we have left
Go
here.
smash some little old ladies from your car. You get a racquetball and a racket. And as you drive down New York, you can hit little old ladies.
Nah, I don't do that. But if you're an asshole, I'm definitely going to hate you. That's a different story. But listen, everyone, I wanted to have the call today because I always try to get prepared for the upcoming week. We were always trained, on a trading desk. And the names you need to follow, whatever you're trading, know everything about them. Inside, know the pros, know the cons, know everything about what you're doing. Don't go into this blind. You just don't wake up a Monday morning and say, it's 9:30, I'm going to buy X, Y, Z, Y. I don't know.
We did a similar thing. I was trained, one of my bosses, he said, just come in on Sunday. Even if you're there for an hour, just go through your accounts, go through your positions, make a list of who you're going to call. If that's all you do on Sunday, you're going to have a great week. And he was right.
I was always a believer. I did it on Fridays. As soon as Friday ended, and I was responsible for a lot of trades. I recapped everything and said, okay, Monday morning, I'm selling this, I'm doing this, I'm buying that. At least I knew Sunday night may change. The futures may be exploding. And I said, okay, I'm not going to sell here. I'm not going to short this. I'm going to do this. And you change it around. They used to have a playbook. It's like a football coach. When they call the offensive plays, they change it. When the defense changes, they change. But you got to be aware. You just can't just guess. That doesn't happen. This is your money. Understand it. If you are just learning to do it, buy one share of a stock. See how it pans out. If you're young, educate yourself. You got plenty of time. Even if you're 50 years old, you can do this till you're 100. Understand what you're doing. Buy one share. Just don't listen to all the nonsense. Figure it out yourself. It's right there. 99% of the information is right here. Don't get me wrong. Every once in a while, we get blindsided. The company, makes, auto brakes and they don't work and then people get killed. You can't do anything about it. You get caught with a bad stock. Things happen all the time. Look at Boeing. The planes have all kinds of problems. Whoever thought that Boeing would have all these problems, right?
Yeah.
You know, but then when they start to come, when Boeing started to get problems, we were looking at it saying, who the hell's going to stay with this stock? You got to sell it. And, you know, there was an extra $30, $40 to the downside you could have made. But we always think the same thing. Oh, it went down already. It went down 50. Where's it going to go? Well, it went down another 40. I mean, that's what happens. So you just got to be careful. But understand it. Take the time, study it. We hold the calls so you understand and you can hear what different people talk about so you can understand a little bit different twists. You can say, wait a second, I really love this GameStop, but you know what? Who did buy all that stock? Isn't that a mystery? How, if it's the hottest name in the world, how come not one person is reporting about who bought 42 million shares of stock? Who gave the company $1 billion? If it was a big investor that gave him $1 billion, let's say Warren Buffett, that is the ultimate sign that the stock is going to the moon, right? When you want to
Just
see
short
that.
coverings, just criminals. They do it on the down
I'm just
low.
saying, so if it's the opposite side, then you sit there and say, okay, if I was a short and I shorted GameStop at 60 and I just bought it back at 20 and the stock is going to run back up, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to short it again because I just made $40 in profit or $30. So I'm playing for free. You know, these guys don't go away. And that's what you got to, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Be aware of what they can do. If you just made these big plays who just made $30, if they did short it, let's say they shorted it at 50, bought it back at 20, they're up $30. And they sit there and say, well, what did you do? We did it 42 million times. Well, if the stock starts rallying again, let's short it again. What's the worst we're going to, this is how they think. This is what they get paid to do. You know, someone is trading GameStop and they actually are a GameStop trader. And, you know, I'm sure they're on, you know, Twitter and they're talking and releasing tidbits of information that they want the stock to go and which way they want it to go. And just follow the bouncing ball. But eyes open, pay attention. And you know what? Don't be afraid to break even sometimes. Breaking even is a good thing on Wall Street. I've always told you that. Sometimes I break even and the stocks explode. Sometimes I break even, the stocks collapses. So, but as long as you can live and play another day, that's what it's all about on Wall Street. It's not the 100-yard dash. This is a marathon. So you've got to keep doing it. And remember, if you could just make 100 a day, 500 a week, is 2,000 a month. You know, then go to $200 a day or $300 a day. That's the way I was trained. So small, steady, just keep adding it. And before you know it, say, wow, I'm making 10,000 a month. And I'm working, what, a couple hours a week? You know, that it's a great job if you can understand it. Anyway, listen, everyone, have a great day. William, thanks for having me on.
Well,
And
thank you.
I'm going to enjoy whatever's left of this weekend. Everyone, have a great day.
All right. Bye.
Thanks.
Call ended.
So Funky Town, it's amazing you had to write a letter to the SEC before they would transfer. It's amazing. But I'm glad you transferred. I'm glad you transferred. Busy Brands can set me straight on Cat. That's I'll call him. Maybe we can have him on to describe it. What's the best? Ah, shoot, I didn't ask him. I give you my opinion. You may not agree with me. Let me just look. Yahoo Finance. I'll give you what I think he would tell you, and I'll give you what I would tell you. All right, options. Okay, you have the finger. It's weird. It's a very weird presentation. Strike price 764. Oh, for June. Okay, I see it. All right, so these are the June calls. The threes are 65 cents. That's where they closed. The fours are 32 cents. He would probably tell you if you're expecting a squeeze to buy the fours at 32 cents or the fives at 22 cents. If you're really expecting it, the sixes at 15 cents. I would suggest the threes at 65 cents because here's my thinking. The stock closed at 311. So you're paying about, let's just call it 50 cents, a little more than 50 cents premium. And they expire in a month. But if for some reason Finger were to go, for example, slowly, not quickly, it went to $5, or yeah, let's just say it went to $5 over the next couple of weeks before these expired, you could sell your calls for $1.50 profit, maybe a little bit more because it might have premium. And then you could go out and buy whatever number you had, you could buy further out month and you could take some cash out, or you just take the profit and put it all back into stock options down the road. In other words, my point is if you buy closer to being in the money, and buying $3 is essentially in the money, although it's a big premium. You have greater odds of having a profitable trade, even if a squeeze doesn't happen over the next 3 weeks, which I think is the most likely event. I think the stock could go to $4, $5, $6. But with options, you can be right in your call on the stock and then just run out of time. But I think Ham wouldn't risk that much money. I think Ham would buy what he would call junk calls. And on Monday, these will be cheaper. Buy the sixes or the fives or even the sevens. And his theory would be, I'm not speaking for him, but his theory would be if it's going to squeeze, whatever, like I would say, whatever makes it go to 5 is going to make it squeeze. Maybe, I don't know. But there's that aspect in this trade. And, why spend 30? In my recommendation to you, I'm saying buy the threes, which closed at 65 cents. They'll probably be cheaper Tuesday morning. He would say, why waste all that money? Just buy the junk calls. If it's going to work, it's going to work. And you have more upside. I'm sorry, Benjamin. I wish I had asked him so he could have given his answer succinctly. Transfer, good for you, PS71. Good for you. That's great. Do it. I don't see any downside to transferring. Zero downside. I think in any settlement, if there is such a thing, which I don't see any indications of right now, they're going to make that settlement offer to people in MMTLP and Nextbridge. I think they're going to allow you to reverse your positions. Why? Because the problem's so big. They need your shares. But I'll try to get Richard Hoffman on tonight or tomorrow to discuss this. But this lawsuit, one of the predicates of this lawsuit, one of the bases, one of the legs of the lawsuit stool is that the client asked for their shares and TradeStation failed in their obligation. So I think you have to at least ask to transfer and be denied to ensure. I'm not saying that a lawsuit couldn't be brought otherwise, but it strengthens the case when your broker dealer doesn't do what is their responsibility to do. I think that's great, PS71. Can't touch that area now. I know. I hate hearing stories, KYP, like that for my own reasons, my own situ. But that's great for that guy. I'm so sorry. Ham would do the sevens like he did the sixes, I think, 2 weeks ago, with the idea that, I mean, just use an example. The sevens are trading closed at 13 cents. I think you'll get them cheaper, although the ask is 15. But you could buy you could buy 100 of those for $1,300. I mean, that's 10,000 shares. If the stock were to go up to 70 or 30 in a squeeze, you'll be talking about that the rest of your life. But to me, Mad Mug, if you buy the June 21 7 calls, and there's good revenue, the stock goes to $3.54, the sevens will have no bid. You've basically got about 3 weeks, a little over 3 weeks till they expire. They'll go to no bid, and you won't be able to get out of them very quickly. The only way you make money is if the stock squeezes. Now, I would point out that Ham bought 500 calls, which expired worthless. I'm trying to remember. Was it 2 weeks ago? It might be 3 weeks. I'm all out of my timing is all off. But they expired worthless. But I will point out there must have been a reason, a sense, an instinct he had for that. So it is possible, Mad Mug, that finger motion is on the verge of a squeeze. I personally am not expecting it, but that's a definition of a squeeze, is that it happens as a surprise, catches everybody off unaware. My view, Mad Mug, and I would even go out to July. You could buy the July 3s at 75 cents. That's not that expensive. You buy the 4s at 50 cents. Now, just to compare that, the Junes are 65 and 32. I'm sure the prices will change tomorrow morning. I'd rather buy the July 3s for 75 than the June 3s for 65. It's not much difference. But so you buy the July 19s for the 3s at 75 cents. So you're you're paying 65 cents roughly in premium. It's wasted money. It has no value because the stock's trading at 311. But if the stock were to go to 5, let's say maybe not next week, but the following week, it went to 5, all of a sudden your $3 calls have intrinsic value of $2. And if you have the Julys, you still have a few weeks left. So then you're sitting with a call that's probably doesn't have a lot of extra premium in it, but it'll have some because people who want to gamble will buy cheaper calls than yours. But your strike price $3 calls that you paid 75 cents for, what might be trading at 225, 235. So if you bought 10 of them, I forget, I said 100 of the other story, but let's say you bought 10 of those, you could sell that and then buy 20 or 30 of a closer strike price or a higher up strike price. So you could take 10 calls, turn it into 30 or 40 calls if you believe there's going to be a squeeze. Preferably when you sell, you take your original money out of the trade so that when you go buy some junk calls, in other words, high strike price, low price, most likely they'll expire worthless. You have no money at risk. The July 7s, by the way, are 30 cents. I bet they'll be cheaper tomorrow. The June 7s are 15 cents. So specific to that, it's probably better to buy the Junes because you're risking half the money. But they could go no bid next week or the following week and you can't get out. But you've risked 15 cents instead of 30 cents. If at the end of June you still want to do it again, the Julys will probably be trading at 15 cents, or there'll be some call out there that you can buy at 15 cents. Maybe it'll be the 8s by that time. But Mad Mug, I would do the 3s, maybe the 4s, but I would do the 3s. I would do the July. Now that I look at the Julys, such a big spread. You have to see how they're trading. You have to look at both trades. But if they're close in price, I would do the July 3s. I know you're paying more, but I think there's going to be good revenue announcement. I think there could be at least 2 positive announcements coming for Finger other than revenue and earnings. So let me just look at a chart. I don't think the chart was breaking out, but who knows, unless you look. Yeah, the chart's not, to me, it's not all that exciting, but it's on support, probably. They are trying to get it lower. They'd love to break it below $3, below $2.95. But anyway, let's look at the positive. If you buy the 3s and there's good news and the stock trades up, I think 375, 390 is going to be resistance. Then there's going to be all sorts of resistance in the 4 to 425 range. And then to me, there's not much resistance after there. You could argue there is. So anyway, um, if you own the threes and the stock went to 4 or 4.5, or even just, I don't know, 4.25, you might have a small premium profit if you trade early in the cycle, take your original money off, or leave your original money in by rolling. Let's say you bought 10 of them. You could roll to 30 of the, at that time, the sevens, or 40 of them. And then you're in for more. But that's how Ham would play it. He would try to expand his ownership for free because he would believe that there's a big squeeze coming. I'm a little more cautious. I think the stock's going up, but kind of steadily. So I don't know if that helped at all. Does anybody have thoughts about Vahilia? Vahilia's gone. Vahilia's gone. All right, my mouse is run out of batteries. Let me go get a battery. I think I have some extra batteries. I love you more than you know. I love you more than you know. I love you more than you know. You know who I love more than you, Lucky? Nobody. Nobody. Ah, maybe I put them in the wrong way. Maybe these batteries expired, even though they're brand new. I don't know what to do. There we go. There we go. There we go. That should do it. But now there we are connected. All right. They have 2 billion in cash. That's a lot. Yeah, so I was wrong. VHAI. VHAI. I wrote these names down. VHAI. I wrote down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tickers, and I'll ask Ham about all of them. Thank you very much, Amjad. Thank you very much. That's awesome. I'll buy Lucky T-bone. He just likes, oh, I know, he likes those bacon treats. I don't know Knott's email, and I wouldn't put it out, but I guess maybe he did. I know PS5, it's just so depressing. Yeah, I don't have his email, but he may, when he comes on with me, he may be willing to give one out. I wouldn't personally give out an email I have for him because I would need his permission first. Oh gosh. They're all protected because we need the banksters so badly. They're all part of the protected class. All of this behavior is protected. And it's because they get us arguing that Trump is a misogynist, he's a racist, and he's stupid, even though he graduated from an Ivy League school. And then we're arguing that I don't know. I can't make it up what the things are. But then the real issues are these issues. California does not have long-term capital gains. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's unbelievable. Well, you can go to the facts. There's a question that answers that on their website. But I was in the same situation. And although here there is long-term capital gains. So I lose that. You're right. I lose that long-term aspect, at least for the first year. I don't think, I really am not convinced that I'm going to have a chance to utilize that anyway in the first year. But secondly, you're right. If there's a profit and I take it, I've got to pay, hopefully it'll be at the long-term capital gains rate. And that's a disadvantage to being in the SEP IRA. On the other hand, I have my real asset. I don't have to sell it. And I don't know. I just am not sure that the combination of Congress, journalists, bankers' money, that the resolution is going to end up being anything. I don't know. I ended up moving out of my IRA. I went back and forth for 8 months thinking about it, but I finally just did it because bottom line, I'm nervous that once all the shares are transferred and there are no more shares, people are going to panic and say, hey, I want to be in it. So I think at some time you may not be able to do it anymore. And then my other concern was that it's not going to be worth very much. And I'd rather know I have something that's worth what it is. Anyway, I'll try to do a better. I'm getting tired. I'll try to do a better. Yeah, Columbia Road knows it. Columbia Road knows it. To Gretchen. So what he's talking about is netting out. You can net out the cost. In other words, if you exercise for 1,000 shares and it costs you 2,000, you could, or whatever the number is, you could sell 200 of the shares, be left with 800 for free. NWBO, perfect example. Yeah. But Gretchen, the core thing is just sell the calls, just sell them or buy them. You don't have to go through the expensive exercise. Thank you, Dominic. I'm sorry he got off. I guess he got worked up. Busy brands, Semper Fi. Yeah, Columbia Bound is correct. But Gretchen, I also think one of the ways to learn is just do it. That's how when I was younger, my attitude towards skiing and other things. So you can buy one. Yeah, I agree though. Study it. Read the options book. The booklet they give to you, and then read other strategies. Listen online. But you could just buy one call and see what happens, and you'll start understanding that to exercise a call out of the money doesn't really make sense. To exercise it in the money doesn't always make sense either, unless your thought is, I'd rather own the stock than sell, than get out of it. Lockup, wish you all a happy Memorial Day and thank you to all that who are serving and all those who have served with the ultimate sacrifice to keep America free. Semper Fi, mahalo. That's very nice sentiments. Very nice sentiments. Hello, busy brands. Hey, Mike. I'm feeling like my options description just confused rather than illuminated. 6 months. Unbelievable. But you got them to do it. And that goes to my point. If it takes them that long and they're playing those games, why would you trust the system after the shares are all gone? That's my thing. Once all we have in our account is a ticket that ostensibly is equivalent to real shares, what's to say they don't change the rules or give us some, a lifetime supply of McDonald's French fries in lieu of it? They'll come up with something. I know, never forget. It's amazing, Funky J Bell, Funky Town. When I read that article just to start this call, you're pointing out the irony of it. People have died over generations to protect our right to free speech, saying what we want to say, and questioning, having a different point of view, challenging our government, challenging the highly educated types that went through liberal colleges and came out with ideas on DEI that tell us we can't say anything. Well, you can't say that. I mean, just look at the idiocy of follow the science. You can't question the science. Why not? That's what scientists do. Do you think Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone on his first try? He asked a question and then he challenged the assumptions and asked another one. That is science. Science is challenging the data. I just saw, if I still have it here, I just saw Just an incredible article, if I have it here. Earlier today, and I probably don't have it. Let's go over here. Maybe that's it. There it is. I just didn't remember the title. This publisher, Wiley, Wile, shuts down 19 science journals and retracts 11,000 papers. This is on website joanova.com.au by Joe Nova, proving that unpaid anonymous review is worth every cent. The 217-year-old Wiley science publisher, quote unquote, peer-reviewed 11,300 papers which were fake, and they didn't even notice it. It's not just a scam, it's an industry. Big government and big money has captured science and strangled it. The more money they pour in, the worse it gets. John Wiley and Sons is a US $2 billion machine, but they got used by criminal gangs to launder fake, quote unquote, science as something real. Things are so bad, fake scientists pay professional cheating services who use AI to create papers and torture words so they look original. The most shocking thing is no human brain even ran a late night Friday eye over the words before they passed the hallowed peer review and entered the sacred halls of scientific literature. Follow the science. Emil at the Wall Street Journal by Nidhi Subharaman. Fake studies, May 14, 2024. Fake studies have flooded the publishers of top scientific journals, leading to thousands of retractions and millions in dollars of lost revenue. The biggest hit has come to Wiley, a 217-year-old publisher based in Hoboken, New Jersey, which Tuesdays will announce that it's closing 19 journals, some of which were infected by large-scale research fraud. In the past 2 years, Wiley has retracted more than 11,300 papers which appeared to be compromised and closed 4 journals. It isn't alone. At least 2 other publishers have retracted hundreds of suspect papers each. Although this large-scale fraud represents a small percentage of submissions to journals, it threatens the legitimacy of the nearly $30 billion academic publishing industry and the credibility of science as a whole. People died whose lives we celebrate today to question science, to question journals, to question journalistas. ABC News, Linton Besser. The Wiley debacle illustrates what is just another front in a much broader crisis of trust confronting universities and scientific institutions worldwide. For decades now, teaching standards and academic integrity have been under siege at universities, which, bereft of public funding, have turned to the very lucrative business of selling degrees to international students. Grappling with pupils whose English is inadequate, tertiary institutions have become accustomed to routine cheating and plagiarism scandals. Another fraud perfected in the internet age. This infection, the commodification of scholarship, the industrialization of cheating, has now spread to the heart of scientific higher research. With careers defined by the luster of their peer-reviewed titles, researchers the world over are under enormous pressure to publish. I'm not going to read the conclusion because I think it uses words I can't read on YouTube. But isn't it funny that people died for our right to be free, our right to educate ourselves, our right to read journalism of all stripes and spots, our right to a free press, our right to a freedom of being able to speak our own ideas, ask our own questions, challenge authority. And now, after a generation or two of higher education somehow addressing something, that I can't say the words, we're left with what's really an autocratic, top-down information system. And you're darned if you do, darned if you don't. If you question it, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're blocked from going to your jobs. You can't make money. If you don't question it, you're just a sheep and you get slaughtered. All gave some gave all. That is a great Columbia Bound. I don't know if I'd have the courage to give all in those wars. And I'm not sure they're going to be able to take us. The banking system wants to take us to war. China's developed robots in other countries, and maybe we have too. I know a friend who developed robots in Australia. Maybe our wars will be fought with robots, but I think young people are going to refuse to fight. I don't know that anyone in the United States of America is going to want to take to the battleground to fight young Russians or land in the Middle East and fight Egyptians. I'm making it up. I don't see that in the age of the internet, Americans will land in Vietnam again and fight North Vietnamese. I just don't see it. But they're going to want to take us to war. And I just pray that it doesn't come to that. But our banking system is under threat. And one way to print a lot of money is to go to war, because Congress will approve every war bill out there, every one. without even questioning it. I'd much rather they brought those same war profiteers in and they built they built tunnels from New Jersey to New York City. And they padded it so each toilet in the train costs $2,000. But at least as taxpayers, we'd have a great transportation system. What do we get for the war profiteering? So you have 1,000 shares of MMTLP and Chuck Schwab won't transfer them. Keep a note of that. I would write an email to Charles Schwab stating that you've called 3 times with the times and the date and as much of the conversation as you can remember. But I would put it in writing that you want them to transfer. Matthew, what happens is Chuck Schwab will get a stock when they, at the DTC, they have an omnibus certificate that represents your 1,000 shares. I don't have an account there, but maybe 20,000 people own shares of MMTLP. And let's say those shares add up to 25 million shares of MMTLP on Chuck Schwab's ledger at the DTCC. So Chuck Schwab calls up and said, my client, Matthew Condes, wants his 1,000 shares. So one by one, it's as if Chuck Schwab is asking DTC to reduce the DTC position of Chuck Schwab down. So let's say, conceptually, it'd be better just to say that DTCC is holding one certificate for 5 million shares in the name of Chuck Schwab as the nominee for their clients. So it's street name. So at the DCC, Chuck Schwab has 5 million shares. Now, what they do, conceptually, I don't think they go through it this way. But when you want your 1,000 shares, they send the 5 million in to the transfer agent, have the transfer agent take 1,000 shares off the certificate, 1,000, put that in the name of Matthew Condes, and then reissue the original certificate in whatever that is, 4,999,000 shares back in street name to Chuck Schwab. So instead of having 5 million shares, they have now 4,999,000 shares as a certificate. I'm sure they don't go through that. That's how it used to be, but I'm sure now with computers, that's not exactly what's happening. But Chuck Schwab's 5 million shares held in street name get reduced by your 1,000. So now at the transfer agent, instead of seeing 5 million shares to Chuck Schwab, they see 1,000 shares to Matthew Condes and 4,999,000 to Chuck Schwab. Well, what's going on here, Matthew, is what if, and I believe something like this is the case, what if Charles Schwab has sold to its customers 25 million or 50 million shares? And Chuck Schwab is one of the companies in trouble. And I think it is one of them. So, Matthew, when people call and say, I had no problem getting my shares, or there's no problem getting shares, maybe as a system as a whole, you've got 105 broker dealers that are in this trap. Maybe 95 of those broker dealers can fulfill the requests, although I doubt it, but they maybe by luck they don't have big positions anyway. But maybe there's some broker dealers who did enforce settlement, because ultimately it's on the broker dealer, the back office, to keep calling. Hey, you said you were going to deliver those shares. So it's conceptually possible that for me at what's now Morgan Stanley, I got my shares. It took 30 to them. They told me it took 30 days. To my reckoning, it was over 60 days, but whatever. I got them. Well, maybe Morgan Stanley still has shares left in their sort of omnibus account, in sort of their one big stock certificate. But what if in the case of Chuck Schwab, not because of your 1,000 shares, but because of many customers, in my example, their 5 million block of stock is gone. It's gone. They used it all. And now they're in the weird position where normally you could have a short squeeze, or you could have obfuscation and delay like they're doing and lying and fraud like they're doing in GTII, allowing the continued counterfeiting of shares, drifting it down, trickling it out. But in this case, they can't do that. They can't continue to defraud the markets under the blessing of Ann Wagner and all the regulators. They can't do that. But the other thing they can't do, they can't do a gray market deal. There's not, how do they call another broker dealer? They don't want to express they have trouble, because if that word got out, Chuck Schwab would be shorted to zero. So they don't want to make a blanket request for shares. They don't want to admit their vulnerability. But how do they contact their own clients? They don't want to create that panic yet. What do? They tell you they can't do it anymore. And they see if you'll go away. I wouldn't go away, Matthew. I'd write a letter. I'd copy Ann Wagner, even though she's useless. I'd copy Adina Friedman, even though she's useless. I'd copy Gary Gensler, even though he's useless. I'd copy Robert Cook, even though he's useless. I'd copy Pete Sessions. I'd copy Jim Jordan. I'd copy Anna Paulina Luna. At least she's not corrupted yet. Copy Matt Gaetz. I don't know. It's frustrating. My guess is, Matthew, they have run out of their block of stock, or it's like checking into a hotel on a big busy weekend, and they tell you they lost your reservation, and you pull it out, you printed it out, and every room is full. And it's like that scene in Beverly Hills Cop where Eddie Murphy comes in a different time in America. And he just raises his voice and he says, you're not giving me my room, even though he didn't have a room. He totally BS'd his way in. He said he was from Rolling Stone or something. He was totally making it up. But he went into this riff about how you're not giving him a room because I don't know what word was in vogue back then. I don't think we used the word African American, but whatever. That's what he's saying. Because I'm black, you're not letting me stay in the hotel. And he's making a big scene. Well, lo and behold, the manager comes over and he did have a room. It was the suite. It was the big presidential suite. And he gave it to Eddie Murphy at the same price. That's what you got to do. I think Charles Schwab probably still has some shares, but it's coming down so small and they're afraid to go down to the last share. But be Eddie Murphy, scream and holler, write letters, accuse them of not giving the shares to you because I don't know what Condes is. You're French. Tell them they're not giving you shares because, I don't know, you're a straight Republican. I don't know. Make something up. Get to them. If you can think of something, just make a lot of noise and you'll get that presidential suite at the same price as the rest of the hotels. That's my advice. Don't quit. Write. You've made the phone calls. Write. I don't know how Finger's doing in the German markets. I have a feeling if it's trading in the German markets, it's all fraud. That's amazing. So, gosh. Oh my gosh. If you filed a lawsuit, and I'm not saying you would, but if you filed a lawsuit against Charles Schwab, they would say it was TD Ameritrade's fault. And then they would try to pass the buck to them and then put the pressure try to escape responsibility by putting the pressure on the NSCC and the DTCC to they bought them, but they would want the risk to go to the system. Probably. Maybe Chuck Schwab has enough shares. I'm sure they don't have enough shares, but they have their own strategy for their original position, and they weren't ready for TD Ameritrade. But Matthew, I will tell you in a different stock, I won't tell you which stock, but people give me shite about the stock all the time, and they tell me, just like this guy said, I guess he didn't remember that the stocks did squeeze before, and somehow this recent thing was a squeeze. It was the beginnings of one. But anyway, there was a stock that I often talk about that I think it was in the middle of a squeeze. The company, to their credit, did via their website encourage shareholders to send in affidavits to how many shares they had, because they could not get from the CEO of the company could not get from the broker dealers how many shares were held in each broker's accounts. Anyway, Matthew, that company, to my memory, it was either 60 or 70 million shares of this particular stock were found in TD Ameritrade. And that was in the way I remember it being told to me. I never saw it in writing, but I got it from a trusted somebody I trust. That was in excess of what was allocated to TD Ameritrade at the DTCC. So, Matthew, what could be happening here is TD Ameritrade is one of the bigger abusers of the counterfeiting trade. And maybe Chuck Schwab has no clue how to handle it. But just keep writing, keep complaining. Of course you can transfer your shares for Finger. Of course you can. Look, the what happened to MMTLP investors was not right. And in this lawsuit right here on page, I think it's page 8. Let me look. Yeah, page 8. Page 8 at the bottom of the lawsuit. Footnote number 7. This is submitted in court. It's pretty powerful. During pre-market trading on December 9, some MMTLP shareholders had pending sell orders successfully executed at prices of up to $2,400 a share. Brokers subsequently reversed the executed trades and removed the proceeds from customers' accounts. That is a crime, and that's wrong. That on its own is a crime. Now, apparently, third hand, I got to ask her, Junk Savvy has found that they made a new rule before this happened that allowed it. Well, in my time, you couldn't do that. Once the trade's executed, it's executed. And if there's an error, you had to eat the error. That's just the way it was. But so yeah, I think losing the high prices that should have occurred had trading continued and had the markets, instead of this woman interfering with the market, Jessica Hopper, I couldn't remember her name, and halting, she could, if she had just let it trade, the markets would have sorted it out and we wouldn't be talking. And yeah, that, I think that part's a crime. The other part, though, is as if you listen to those people on the Twitter spaces convince you to do nothing, that you're a victim and somehow the government's going to come help you, God help you. You can get what Wall Street owes you is 1 share of Nextbridge for every share of MMTLP. You can go get it right now. Apparently not at Charles Schwab. And that might be the beginning of showing that it's coming to an end. But I know at Morgan Stanley you can get it. I got mine. I mean, now it was what, 6 or 7. Well, I'll tell you what date it was. March 28th. But eventually you're not going to be able to get these shares. And when you can't get these shares, then you're relying on lawyers, judges, Congress people, senators, government, the banking system to somehow treat you right, fairly. I see no evidence that any of those players have treated you correctly so far. So by moving over into Nextbridge shares, you're at least forcing Wall Street to honor that. That's not a crime. Wall Street owes you 1 share of MMTLP, which is illiquid and it's private and has paid no dividends so far. So I'm trying to remember, I think that was Wednesday, December 14th, I think. They were meant that day, Wall Street, to give you shares of NextBridge for your shares of MMTLP. Wall Street can still do that. These people that are paid for by the shorts are telling you not to do anything. Take advantage of that. Take advantage of the lethargy of 65,000 shareholders in MMTLP and move your rear end. Go get your shares. Who would have thought 500 days later, you can still get what Wall Street promised you? 1 share of NextBridge for 1 share of MMTLP. Go get it done before they run out of those shares. They're still there because everyone's sitting on their hindmost. Move. Now, we can sit and say they committed a crime by not letting us have a short squeeze. Well, Wall Street's a big boy place. That shite happens all the time. You can get in a trade, you've got everything figured out, and then out of the blue, maybe it's a takeover play. And out of the blue, someone files a lawsuit or the government comes in and says it's an antitrust violation. Shite happens all the time on Wall Street. So on a trading side, money-making side, you just got to get over it. You got to roll with the punches. You got to say, you got to just get up, shake yourself off. That hurt. And what can I do now? On the legal side, you have rights. On the legal side, you may well get a massive payoff. 40% of it will go to the lawyers and another 8 years will go by. The financial system isn't going to do anything. Congress, how many more days do you need to find whether or not Congress is going to do anything in terms of trading and making money? I think you could build you could paint the Sistine Chapel before Congress does anything. But over here, so the pining for the fjords, pining for a short squeeze is like pining for that absolutely wonderful woman you dated for years. And she left you for another guy. It's over. What are you going to do? It's over. Hurts. No short squeeze is ever going to come. And if that's what you're talking about is a crime, yeah, that was a crime. But the way the structure is set up, Bill Clinton pushed through the idea as a Democrat of the people. He pushed through that the elites in the hedge fund world, the elites in the banking system could regulate themselves, much like he self-regulated his urges. So hey, Bill Clinton's the greatest president ever. I'd vote for him again. He was wonderful. I voted for him 2 times. I would never vote for him again. Although the alternatives were well, I don't know. I met George H.W. Bush at the White House, and I liked him. I quite liked him when I met him, for whatever that's worth. But anyway, the self-regulatory organizations set it up so they had ways of stopping the short squeeze. It's all in their rules. So I say lots of luck legally. It's all in their rules. Self-regulatory organizations. And then Bill Clinton signed in because of Rubin, Secretary Rubin, the idea that derivatives, and I think commodities, some aspect of commodities, do not have to be regulated at all. Because the markets, the free markets will handle it. Well, now those Democrats, now when the banks get in trouble, they don't let free markets work. 3 strikes, you're out. Tough luck, guy. Personal responsibility. You're going to prison because you had a bag of pot in your backpack for the 3rd violation. Joe Biden's crime bill, Bill Clinton's legislative success, his sister Sulja moment. They have derivatives now, derivative contracts that hedge the prime broker's risk for all of the counterfeit shares out there. So all they have to do is flood the market with endless shares. It is using algorithmic trading of computers, but it's not algorithmic trading. The stocks just get sold into oblivion. They did it to Torchlight. They did it to MMAT, and they tried to do it to MMTLP. And the key is just destroy the price discovery mechanism that you learn in Economics 101, supply and demand. Overwhelm demand with endless supply. Legitimate, borrowed, not legitimate. And if the not legitimate becomes 99% of the sales, so be it. We own Bill Clinton. We own Janet Yellen. We own Hillary Clinton. We own everybody out there, as far as I can tell, except for one president. Although he didn't, you can argue he didn't do much. I don't know. But we own the government. We own Ann Wagner. We own Gary Gensler. So just keep selling, destroy, destroy, destroy. And by the way, because we got Bill Clinton to go along with it, giggle, giggle, if we get in trouble, we just change the rules. And we can stop the short squeeze. All right, that's what happened. They halted trading. We didn't get the short squeeze, even though there's evidence that it was squeezing. But that's gone. So if we're going to sit back sucking our thumb saying, oh God, they owe me for the short squeeze. They owe me for the short squeeze. They owe me for the short squeeze. That's such a crime. What happened to me is such a crime. They owe me for the short squeeze. I'm a victim. There's somebody should help me. Somebody should come take care of it. They shouldn't have done that. That Gary Gensler should change it. The government should change it. We should get that changed. Oh God, they owe me for that. Nothing. That's loserville. Come get it while you can get it. Get the real shares of NextBridge while you can. It'll stop at some point. And then not only didn't you get the short squeeze, you won't necessarily get the value that was promised by Wall Street of one share of NextBridge, which is valuable. I mean, I don't know how believable the numbers are. I don't know how believable the numbers are for, which I don't have, it's over there or somewhere. I'm not going to bring it out. But in the Torchlight presentation of about 4 years ago, and I assume it's the one they were using prior to reverse mergering in MMAT, it claimed something like 2.7 billion to 5.2 billion barrels recoverable in the Oro Grande project. So let's just use 2 billion barrels. 2 billion barrels. I think it was 2.2 billion to 5.7 billion. I don't remember. Let's just use 2 billion barrels of oil, recoverable. Of oil equivalent. Just 2 billion barrels. I don't know where this calculation is going to lead me, but I want to do the minimum, the minimum, the minimum. At the time that all of this went down, oil was trading, I don't remember, I may be off by 1 year, but oil was trading at $27. And during the shutdown, economic shutdown, oil went under zero. So there was a perception in the markets that oil was worth $25, $30, maybe less. So the finding and lifting costs per barrel of oil might have overwhelmed the value of the barrels in the ground of a new field discovery, which is what the presentation called this, Oro Grande, a new field discovery. So conceptually, it could be argued it was going to be hard to find a buyer at that time. Well, they needed to drill wells on the university lands, and I'm doing this all by memory. They needed to drill, I think, 5 a year. And again, to my memory, I think they've drilled 15 wells. They have to drill 5 more this year and complete them. Well, there's bluebirds out there. I'd feel better if they were producing something. Well, apparently, if they produce something, and this is I think at the request of the university land holders, but I don't know whose decision it was. They do not want production to occur yet, because then you've got a taxable event. You've got it, and I'm not a tax lawyer, any of it, but maybe it's a taxable event on the value of the land. Maybe it's the annual tax. Anyway, there's a big taxable event. So that's the given reason why they haven't produced anything. I can think of other reasons, like there's no infrastructure there. But it's been confirmed to me that they can truck the oil out. They can build storage tanks, but it might just be infrastructure. That could be. Another reason why they might not be producing the oil is they wanted to own all of the leases covering the structure underground that they have the geologists for, they have the seismic for, and guess what? They have the science wells drilled. They have the data. If they don't produce the wells, they don't have to report it. In Texas, if you're producing the wells, you have to send that information to the Texas Railroad Commission. So they keep the whole project tight. Now, so the Boobergs can say, oh, there's nothing there. Well, let me give you two things that show me there's something there. One, they increased their ownership from roughly 75% to 100% of the working interest in the Oro Grande acreage. That is a huge commitment, and it's a huge statement of confidence in what's there. You don't need to do that. 75% is plenty if you're just planning on flipping the project. You don't need to do that. You don't gain anything in a short-term trade by doing that. If there's doubt whether the oil's there or if there's negativity about it, increasing ownership isn't going to really increase what you're able to flip the project for. So I take it as a huge sign of confidence that they went out and increased their ownership to 100%. The other thing is they've drilled these wells every year. Now, there's some updates, there's some rumors, but ignoring all of that, if the first 5 wells were failures, you wouldn't drill any more wells. That'd be it. You'd move away, gone. Bad idea. Let the leases go. And then the next year you drilled 5 more. And if you put the money together and the first 5 were bad and the second 5 were bad, 10 were bad, you would scram so quickly, make your head spin. But then they drilled another 5 wells. So they got 15. I could be off by 5, but then they're going to drill 5 more this year. These aren't cheap wells. They're not inexpensive. So the fact that they're moving forward indicates they have something. Now, what we don't know is the volumetrics. I think we know a lot of information, but we haven't seen the reserve report. We don't know if the reservoir, even though I guess it's, I don't know if it's shale or tight sands while I'm talking to you, but they're going down and then horizontal. They're going to have to frack. So it's some level of making the rock give up the oil using technology of fracking. So I can't remember if it's shale or sand, tight sands. Anyway, these are analogs to the successful plays in the Delaware and the other, even maybe the Eagle Ford. So this could be huge. But my point is, if it didn't work in the initial wells, they're still drilling. So that gives a positive. We're hearing the size of it, rumors, like 700 feet tall and extending, but we don't know all of that yet. We do not know all of that yet. They have seismic, they may know. And the more wells you drill, the more confidence engineers can give that that's no longer exploratory, that's probable, or that's no longer probable, that's actually proven. But right now, I don't have the engineering report, so I don't know what that is. But they gave, prior to that drilling, prior to increasing it to 100%, they gave that it was something like 2.2 billion barrels to maybe it was 3.7 billion barrels, but I want to say 5.2 billion barrels recoverable. There's been discussion on Twitter that it's as high as 13 billion barrels recoverable. That would be massive. And I think that goes into the area of maybe wishful thinking. We don't know yet. You got to drill wells. All right. So 2 billion barrels. Exxon bought Pioneer at essentially $30 a proven barrel in the ground. I am not saying that NextBridge could sell today for that price. What I am saying is as NextBridge drills additional wells, as they beef up their infrastructure, and then when they start producing, those will be proven reserves. And the extrapolation, potentially the dream is 13 billion or more. Let's just stick with 2 billion. So I'm going to use $30 a barrel. That's $60 billion. I'm leaving out natural gas. I'm using $30 a barrel, which, by the way, oil could be much higher by then. $60 billion. Like I said, I'm leaving out all natural gas, leaving out the water, leaving out the value of the other acreage, just assuming they prove up, which they claim's already proven, but they prove up to the satisfaction of, let's say, Exxon, that there's 2 billion barrels, there's infrastructure in place, and Exxon can produce it like a factory production like Pioneer. That's 60 billion barrels. Well, in this filing, they give the number of shares of MMTLP outstanding on July 21, 2023. They give the outstanding shares of NextBridge as 248,830,516 shares. I'll show it to you so you believe me. All right, so obviously they may have issued more. They almost certainly did because they did that deal in Louisiana. But let's just use that number. It's the only number I have, Ma. It's $240 per share. I'm only using 2 billion barrels. You could argue this is high, so you can adjust that if you want. I'm using the maximum number of shares instead of the we should get in non-diluted at 165 million. That's $240 a share. $240 per share. You can adjust it any way you want, but I'm telling you, that is probably a low estimate. Now he's got to raise money and he can't dilute. This is why they want him to go on blockchain so they can hedge it. Very conservatively, I think it's 240. But you know what? You know what? Let's just take 25% of that number. Let's just say these shares are worth $60 each. It's there. Go get it. There's no crime. Go get it. Don't walk, run. Go get your shares. Wall Street still has shares. Don't be a victim. Don't be a part of the crime. Be one of the lucky ones that got your $60 a share in value. Go get it. There's no crime. There's not a crime yet. Not as far as you know. There is with TradeStation because the investor couldn't get their shares. But as far as I know, at Morgan Stanley, there's no crime yet other than delay. But what does the delay matter? What does the delay really matter? There's been no dividend paid out. There's no market that you could sell them in. So where's the crime? There isn't no crime. If you act, go get your shares. And don't take it that I'm making excuses for Wall Street. I've been fighting against this and I will continue to. So your statement, it's so terrible what happened, it hasn't happened yet. Go get your shares. Go get them. Then there's no pure crime at all. Yes, you missed out on a short squeeze. It's just like this guy was saying that GME squeezed last week. It went up and they ran it right back down. Was that a squeeze? I don't know. It was a nice trade. And by the way, he said that I was considering it as a squeeze now. I'll be clear. I do not see GME as a squeeze. I've always said follow George Donahue because he knows more than I do. But it is interesting that GME has that much cash, $2 billion. It's a lot of cash. You could build a company. You could go buy an oil company or a gold company or a copper company. Hey, Donna. Well, MMAT, I don't know what to say about MMAT. They are fighting. They still have the projects that they always had. I think the board made a huge mistake on that financing a while ago. And they have this lawsuit. I just caution you that a lawyer who I really like, and he's doing a great job. Mark Bazile, he filed this. He fought the Kramer brothers, Power Up Lending, for a company called HPIL and a company symbol VNUE. And they settled them. Both of those stocks are worth nothing now. They were very proud to get the warrants back, to get the stock at the transfer agent released. but that is such a minor part of the crime. There's such a flood of stock in the system that's fake that you can't get your capsized boat up off the lake floor. And settling might pay off the attorney, and it gives a headline for more business, but it doesn't help shareholders at all. So I would worry in the case of MMAT that they settle and the destruction, the feasting continues. But I haven't studied it enough, but that's what I would be worried about. Those lawyers that have backbones that a worm would be proud of, tell them, oh, you got to do it because otherwise you could be sued. Just my recommendation. And they drive home. They went to school and they have a very careful life. They drive home and they're very proud of their work, but the business goes under. Well, I can only enter into my thinking the facts that the court has and the present. It's really bad advice, but the CEOs will take it. The board will vote that way because they don't want to lose their personal assets. And the liars will come into the board and say, "Oh, we're with you. We're good people. We're with you all the way." And they destroy the stock. I mean, and that's what happened with MMAT. But I'm not telling you don't do it. I'm not telling you don't do it. I mean, even with this rally in MMAT, it still looks like, I mean, it does look like it broke up on a little bit of a breakout. But if you look at the 5-year chart, it still looks like it had a little bit of a breakout. But it's just so depressed. I like the chart actually, Matthew. It looks like a double bottom, an upside down W. I don't know if it's, I mean, frankly, in the negative, you could argue it's a head and shoulders. I don't think it's an upside down head and shoulders. It'd be very weird if it is. But what's good about it is the recent lows are higher. They're higher lows. And this breakout that went up, I guess, to 4 or 5, I can't tell, is definitely on high volume, and it's definitely crossed the moving averages. So it's interesting, but my gosh, if you look at the 5-year chart, oh, the whole system just destroyed, absolutely destroyed a beautiful company. And the board should not have taken that financing. They should not have done a reverse split. And they were warned not to. And they chose to go with the liars. If they do it again, good luck. Finger won't do that again. Finger doesn't need to do it again. And I know face to face with a CEO, he'll never do it again. Ever. Ever. He's also a gentleman. I thought about finger options last week, but decided on finger shares instead. Donna, I think that's brilliant. You know why? Because when the stock's trading at $3, it's essentially an option anyway. If I'm trying to remember the example I gave, the $3 were 75 cents. Let's call that $1 for my example. If you're paying $1 for an option, why not pay $3 for the stock? I think you did the exact correct thing, and why options are just trying to leverage your trade. At this point, all of us, and I know for myself, I'm just trying to do trades that win and try to regain having a bit of cash to do things with. And options can turn into nothing. If you buy Ham's favorite, which are the junk options, they go no bid almost right away unless everything works. I don't see anything in the finger chart that tells me it's going to march higher. Boom, boom, boom. You got to be in it. For me, I don't see that. That doesn't mean that what I expect to happen before the end of the month is I expect to hear revenue numbers which are excellent. Now the bad guys will try to sell it down and tell you those numbers aren't any good. The people will come on here and they'll say, "Oh, they missed their numbers. Oh, there's no path to profitability." Whatever. They'll say whatever. Crappy Barra will come out with a report because remember, Crappy Barra is Gary Gensler's nephew. Gary Gensler loves Crappy Barra. Loves them because it helps Goldman Sachs Prime Brokerage, who is Gary Gensler's client. So I think you're going to see tremendous news on Finger as well. Could it be next week? I don't know. Could it be? Something tells me something's up because Ham bought so many calls. But I don't know. It could be a month from now. It could be 2 months from now. The Chinese, I notice, are very deliberate, very slow. They don't overpromise. They always overperform. They work on trust. They would rather get all of the signatures, get all of the approvals, and it might take an extra 35 days. They'd rather do that than make a mistake by rushing something. All of that's very good as shareholders of Finger. They've built a hell of a franchise, particularly in the trust they've built with the Chinese government. So anyway, what I expect to happen next week, Donna, is really good, at least really good revenue numbers. That when you read them, they'll destroy them. The stock will probably open down, and you'll go, "Oh, they're bad numbers." No, it'll be good numbers. But in the report, in the release, there will be information that we can use to extrapolate. How is this business going? How is that business going? How is the big data project going? And what's the run rates? What's the growth rates? When will the company turn positive in cash flow? All good things. So I think Finger will go from $3. They'll try like heck to keep it down, but I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to $4 or $5 and never come back to $3 again. So I think it's great you buy it at $3. And I'm not saying that you couldn't get an announcement that just comes out of left field and changes the story overnight. And then the shorts are scared, the prime brokers are scared, and you could get a squeeze. But that's not how I would trade it right now. So I think you did the exact right thing. I think you did the exact right thing. Roaring Kitty Fowler, Barnes & Noble. It's interesting. I mean, since I'm pontificating, Ham doesn't agree with me, but I think GameStop and AMC were a setup when Roaring Kitty came out. I think that was a signal to Wall Street, hey, go have your fun. Get retail to come in. It's like the old stock pools that they used to do before the SEC was created. They'd run a stock up and then the people in the know would get out. It used to be illegal, but we've come full circle from Kennedy as the first SEC commissioner to Gensler as the last commissioner, possibly. And we've come full circle. So you have these stock pools, they work in collusion. They run GameStop up, they run AMC up. They knew beforehand it was going to happen. I think Roaring Kitty was ringing the bell without meeting at Harry's bars or sending text messages, which could all be taped or could be subpoenaed later on. And they ran them up, and then retail came in, and hey, it's, and that guy says it's squeezing, and William was wrong. Well, whatever. Where's the stock now? It's back down. You had to wait. It's up. Well, then they do the deals. And what are those deals for? Yes, GME has $2 billion, but the shorts covered all those shares. It could have cost them hundreds of billions. Small price to pay. So anyway, that's what I think they're going to do to Barnes & Noble, not knowing anything else. I went into a Barnes & Noble shop in New York. I can't find one around here anymore. And it wasn't that crowded. Everybody shops for books online. I love going into bookstores. But I doubt that the Barnes & Noble business model is any better than the GameStop model or the AMC model was. There's probably a lot of shorts in the trades. It's a shame. It's just how it is. So I don't know what you mean, squeeze like GameStop. GameStop went from 20 to 80 or something. That's not really a squeeze. But then again, you have never seen a squeeze. That's a run-up, sure. But nothing got out of control. There was no panic. That was a lot of buying. That was a rush. But it wasn't a squeeze. And maybe that'll happen with Barnes & Noble. But I think they'll do an offering into the middle of it. So whatever run-up is there, if people ask me, I'll say sell calls against it or take your profits. And just because I said that, the next 2 days it'll go up further. But then they'll announce a deal, the shorts will be rescued, and the stock will come tumbling back down. So what I'm saying is, take your profits quickly. All right. So, hey, John, thank you. So, Not Legal Advice did give out an email contact. I'll try to get it from him and get his permission to give it to you. I don't know it, actually. What's the process of rolling options, and is there best time to do it? Well, Stan, the hardest part about rolling options is the premiums. It's just tough. If you, let's just use the example of waiting until, if you bought I'm just doing it by memory, the June 7s in finger motion, the June 7s, which are junk calls, for 15 cents. The Julys are 30 cents, but you bought the June 7s because they are cheaper. If you just waited to the end of June's trading, and those expired worthless, and you did nothing over the weekend, and nothing else changed, it's likely on that Monday morning you could buy the July calls for 15 cents and in essence roll your position into the July. But what's the risk? The risk is that weekend. There could be a big announcement. There could be a big buyer. There could be, I don't know, a takeover of Finger by Alibaba or something. So that's one of the risks when you're rolling options is if you don't roll immediately, you can be out of the trade for just even the tiniest part of time. Think of that horrible flight to Qatar or Doha, I guess, or I forget where it was going, where a handful of people didn't have their seatbelts on and they hit the ceiling in turbulence. And wouldn't that be a shame that our calm climate becomes turbulent? But anyway, so rolling them over is like that. You could be one of the people that didn't roll right away and you didn't have your seatbelt on and the stock went, So that's just one thing that makes it difficult. When you roll your options, you should do it immediately. I don't think you should have a gap because sure as shooting, that gap, you'll go, I used to own them, and then you don't have it. It's just how things go. The best time to do it. There is no best time, and it depends on when you bought them and what price you paid. But I would guess, unless you are willing to go to the last minute and lose your money and then put new money into the trade for the following month's options. And sometimes that's all you can do. Sometimes there's no premium left. But I think the best time to roll out is sometime in the third or second week. So in other words, you own the Junes, and we're now in the fourth. I'm counting backwards. There's 4 weeks left, so it goes 4, 3, 2, 1. Probably this coming week is a good time to roll them, or next week. If you go into the second to last week or the last week, there may be no bid. The premium will disappear. So it's an art, not a science, and you got to watch the prices. But as you know, in an option, there's the intrinsic value. Right now, the 3s on Finger, for example, the 7s on Finger is all premium. You're paying 15 cents. It's all premium. If you buy the 3s based on the closing price, 65 cents. Well, the stock closed at 311, so I can't 65 minus 11. There's 54 cents premium. The intrinsic value is 11 cents. So you want to roll them when the premium still has something in it, enough that when you sell it, you can roll out a month or two and still have enough to capture reasonably priced options. Now, what happens to me sometimes is, and that's why I like to start within the money calls. If I think I have a handful of calls. I have to look. They might have expired, but I think I have 17 of the 3s or 3.5s. If the stock were to go to 5, I could roll those maybe in a week. I wouldn't wait till the end. So let's say next week the stock is 5 and I have $1.25 profit or $1 profit. Rather than waiting, I would roll that And then I might, instead of going into the fives, the threes, 4 or 5s, I might go into the 7s for the next time, which now will be more expensive. But I can take my original money off the table. So the best time, I guess my short answer is the best time to do it is when other people are still willing to pay you a premium for the ones you're selling. Hey, Donald, I've been giving a lot of thought to logic. I don't know anything. I don't know anything other than what was published. But I did make my views clear, Donald, that logic needs to stand firm, not listen to Chadron or Aubrey advisors. And they announced, Logic announced in this press release, Logic announced an acquisition of 100 million which is smaller. Remember I was saying the low end was 500 million. So 100 million is smaller than 500 million. So that gives the negativo guys a chance to pour it on. And what they said, I'm just showing you the page so you know I'm not making it up. They said sorry, Donald, about that. We have 15% of the new co. So that's pretty easy. I don't need a calculator. That means we have 15 million. We have 15 million of that new acquisition, right? So 15 million, $100 million acquisition. We have 15%, 15 million. Now, Wall Street, the criminals, can say, oh, it's not worth that much. Well, wait a minute. I don't think it says here who the banker is. But this valuation for MedLab was set at 100 million. That wasn't done by a flip of the coin. That was done by bankers. So 100 million should be the value, whatever these criminals say. Now, I just have to look up one thing to give it to you. Okay. All right. As of 5/24, so that's last month, January, February, March, April, May. No, January, February, March, April. That's now. As of now, the outstanding shares are 232,947,540. So that works out. I'll just finish that. This reverse merger works out to 0.064 cents per share to our interest. Now, the risks always are, there's three risks. One is, I mean, other than the constant shorting that goes on by Aubrey's clients, by maybe real shorts, and maybe by the shorts that were in it from the Neo exchange, from Ionic's time, from it just goes on and on backwards. So the risks are, other than the continued counterfeiting of shares, the risks are that Wall Street blasts that valuation, and of course they will. But what's on the other side of it is our investment bankers. Secondly, the risk is the new CEO does a deal with Jeffrey Lind or power up lending types, or like MMAT did, or like Vocal did, and just destroys anything good by doing a completely toxic deal. I don't think that's going to happen. I think they learned their lesson that the smiling faces at Aubrey Advisors and the good guys with good as their word handshakes wasn't enough to protect them from fraud on Wall Street. So I don't see a challenge to the valuation. I don't see that they're going to do a toxic. No. The third risk that ties all of that is, does Aubrey Advisors, with their silk suits and race cars and connections and good schools, does Aubrey Advisors come in and say, you know what, instead of doing the raise, because in here, that's the other thing, they say the combined entity plans to secure a significant capital infusion. If Aubrey Advisors is true to their nature, instead of doing the raise at 6 cents, 6.5 cents, which is the value, it's just a reverse calculation. It's just all of the stock that exists is our stock. So you divide it by 15%, you get how many shares they have to issue. So we own 15%, they own 85%. Aubrey Advisors should do it at 6.5 cents because that's the agreed valuation. But I noticed that Aubrey Advisors doesn't lock that down. I'm not sure Aubrey's involved with this. It's probably somebody like Aubrey. The banksters don't lock it down. I would lock it down before you make this announcement. But this is where it should be done, Donald. Because the stock closed let's use the bid. The stock closed at 0.016, and it should be $6. So what's the only thing that could make that 0.016 the real number? It's if Aubrey Advisors convinces them that they should take their Aubrey's funding, Polar's funding, at a penny. They have the nice suits, they have the lawyers, they're good as their word. We've done 100 of these. We're the good. Don't listen to that guy on YouTube. He's a complete idiot and he's a washed up loser. what I saw in the text from somebody with no name. Well, the problem with that, I don't know how to show that to you. I don't want to go through all the arithmetic. But if they were to do this at 0.016 instead of 0.064, they're going to end up issuing so much stock that this 15% is no longer operative. It will allow Aubrey advise Polar shorts to cover, or whoever's short. And then, of course, they'll say, we've got to do another reverse split. If they go down that path, Donald, it'll be a complete disaster. And as soon as our stock trades, you should get out. But I don't think that, those are the risks. I don't see that happening. Why? Because in order to get 15%, it has to be raised at this number. Let me see if I can show it a different way. With this number of shares, this number of shares is 15% of the new company. So I think if I divide that, I'll get it. Yeah, I think I got it right. I guess I am a complete idiot. So in order to keep what they announced, that we are going to retain 15%, that's how many shares will be outstanding in this offering. Because ours are 15%, that would be the total. Now, the value is 100 million. I showed you that, and it's essentially 6.5 cents a share. If they do anything other than this, they're not honoring the valuation. They have to stick to their guns on their valuation, not what Aubrey Advisors' criminal clients at Polar destroy the price down to. It's not fair. It's not right. They should walk away from the trade and revisit, go to a different trade. That's why I don't think it'll happen. So anyway, one more thing. I wonder if that's the right number. 15% of X equals, yeah, or you divide. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So the other thing I just have to tell you to not forget, Donald, is we approved a reverse split already. So I'm going to do it this way: 2, 3, 2, 9, 4, 7, 5, 4, 0. I think I'm getting this right. Yeah. think that's right. And yeah, I think that's right. So it'll be worth so anyway, Donald, I'm sorry this is taking so long, but it is, I've given it a lot of thought, and it's hard to come just direct, it's complicated. This is how many shares we will have for our 1 for 50 reverse split. This is should be how many shares are outstanding in the new MedLab company. And it'll be worth $3.20 to us. Okay, so that's the beginning of my discussion. In other words, as long as the company values their raised based on 15% and basically $3.20 a share, we're going to be fine. If they listen to the liars who have shorted their stock and their representatives, and they say, and the new CEO says, well, you agreed to give us $100 million, but the stock's not trading at 320, it's trading at $1. Walk away. Just get away from the table. Guys, you told us the value of your company was 100 million. What's going on in the stock market is all fraud, and it's directed by the SPAC sponsors or somebody. We got to walk away until you see it clearly. Why do we have to walk away? Because if you come in and demand the valuation on the lower price level, none of us will ever make money, including you. We'll be so buried by the criminality and the ongoing selling, you'll make a short-term stupid decision, and it'll be a disaster long-term. So I made that point to the company, and it's not like I have any power in it, but there's our risk, is that they listen to the liars, and that the CEO of the new company looks at the price in the marketplace and busticates, as they say in upstate New York, busticates the $100 million valuation by being short-sighted and saying, well, the stock market has it down here. And they can't listen to the lying investment bankers that tell them, well, the stock market is saying it's down. There is no stock market. There is no price discovery. There is no research analyst. There is no buying. They have to do their own valuation that they determined already from investment bankers. If they follow their own valuation, they're going to make a lot of money. All right, Donald, here's what let me finish with positive thoughts. So this acquisition represents the first in a series. This represents a first in a series. What does series mean to you? To me, series implies a lot of things. A couple is two, right? A few might be, I don't know, a few, 3 or 4. I guess it depends on what you're comparing it to. But a series, I think that's quite a few. All right, so it says this acquisition represents the first in a series of acquisitions targeting a cumulative value exceeding $750 million. Okay, so let's just fast forward to the 750 million. Times 15%. Divided by so if we fast forward to what they say here, this acquisition represents the first in a series targeting a cumulative value exceeding 750 million. So we use 750 million, we use 15%, and we make the assumption that they stick to their own valuation models, not what the criminal clients of Polar, of Ionic, I'm trying to think of all the bankers they've used. If they stick to their valuations, which they should, bankers came up with them, that means we have 112 million and a half. We divide it by the number of shares, it means 48 cents a share in value for Logic. As long as they stick to their own guns and define their own future by doing the capital raise at the valuation of their choice, not the one the criminals create. And I think they will. But let me give you a couple more things of hope here. The risk is the capital raise, and I guess I should write a letter to them. Okay, this is positive. This transaction is slated for completion July 31, so we don't have to wait long. But then the acquisition is the first of three, not a series, the first of three biotech-focused companies, with the subsequent acquisitions, these three, already in the letter of intent phase. So you ask me, what do I expect? Not much next week, but I think over the next few weeks, I think these acquisitions will also be announced. And then with my final comment, you're going to have a stock, if this 750 is correct, if they stick to the guns on their valuations, rather than letting the liars and criminals destroy the valuation before they even get off the ground. The arrogance, the entitlement. Anyway, if you go with the 750 million and you assume that these next two get announced shortly and bring us to that 750 million, that might be a leap, because I don't see them say that. Let me go back to the 750. Yeah, this says a series. So maybe the next two won't get it to 750. So it might not get it to this number. But let's just assume that it becomes clear to Wall Street they're going to get to the 750. It's in this burgeoning biotech area. They have investment banks behind them, and they don't go to the criminals to raise money. That's my belief, Donald. I've been thinking about it all weekend. I think I know where they're going to go get the money. I just don't know how much it is. And it might be priced because even big boys have they got to get a good deal. It might be priced at a price that we may not, we go, wow, that's so cheap. But it won't have all the toxic formulae. And so it's an art, not a science. But I think that I have a pretty good idea where they're going to go for the money. It's just me thinking, being awake all night. No one's told me. But I don't think they're going to go to Aubrey Advisors. I don't think they're going to go to Chadron Financial. I don't think they're going to go. Maybe Brownstone, but Brownstone might be friendly. I don't think they're going to go to Ionic. I don't think they're going to go to the Neo Exchange. I think they're going to go, on the face of it, it might look expensive, but I think they're going to go essentially plain vanilla source of money. And what you're going to end up with Donald, is a company trading at the 750. If they stop there, they may go higher. That's $24 a share. We own 15% of it. And it's going to be in at least 3 revenue streams. But it says series here. I assume many therapies. You're going to have institutional following. You're going to have, I think, revenue. It doesn't say that there, although MedLab says this is the only thing that scares me, Donald. The COO, Daniel Vineker, says this merger is a pivotal moment for MedLab. Aligning with logic grants us access to capital markets. He's had a full measure of the Kool-Aid. They want to go on NASDAQ. That's Adina Friedman's slaughterhouse. And they'll go, if he goes on like this without being careful, he'll walk right into a group like a dishonest group like Jeff Easton's or Ari Rubinstein's, because Adina Friedman doesn't care. So I'll tell you what, Donald, I'll write a letter to this guy. I'll write a letter to him. I don't think it's going to happen, though. I had quite a few sleepless nights, and one morning I know exactly how they're going to raise their money. Nobody told me. It's just my sense of it. Now, let me tell you something else, Donald. This is all, you're into something that I've been thinking about, obviously. But on May 23rd, the short volume for Logic was 1.277 million shares. That wasn't algorithmic trading. That was Aubrey Advisors, Polar Group clients just selling more to protect the shorts they already created, in my opinion. Everything on the videos, in my opinion. So that compares, Donald, over the previous month to numbers as low as 50,000 and as high as, no one was selling, but they shorted 170, 74, 5, 120, 216, 204, 313, 220, 167, 172, 176, 281, 96, 100, 106, 137 a day for the previous 20-day trading days. That's the criminals shorting it down in the face of maybe some of our buying. And what they want to do now, they don't want this good news. They want to drive it downward, and they'll have Aubrey Advisors organize a raise with Daniel Vinicure down at a low level. Then they'll do another reverse split. This reverse split will already free up money to these shorts so they can take money out. So there's a little danger here. If Aubrey Advisors talks to Daniel Vinicure and says, we are good guys, we are good in our word, and we're on your side, and Daniel Vinicure says, we'll do it, I would tell you, as soon as we get an uplift in the stock, if that's what happens, we have to run away from it, because all the good news in the world, it will be destroyed by Aubrey Advisors clients or by Aubrey Advisors. That's a lot of supposition, but Aubrey Advisors, remember, was the sponsor of the Logic SPAC. So I assume there's a lot of talking. If, on the other hand, they go to the clients I think they'll go to, there could be a short squeeze. There will not be a short squeeze if these people go to Aubrey Advisors or Chadron. There will not be a short squeeze. If they invite the two members of Aubrey Advisors who went on the board at CAUD, there will be no short squeeze. Aubrey Advisors is in there to protect the shorts. Aubrey Advisors is in there to protect Polar Hedge Fund for CAUD. I guess, Donald, I'm going to have to write a letter and make it clear. But if, on the other hand, Logic goes where I think they're going to go, I think there could be a short squeeze in Logic. There's a lot of stock outstanding, but there's a lot of stock short as well. So I guess I'll have to flesh that out, Donald. But I think what I'm pausing for, what I was pausing there, is they're going to do, which we voted on, a 1-for-50 reverse split to get these things done. That means that the criminals, Polar and the rest of them, can take 95% of their money out of their prime brokerage accounts. So they get to benefit from the crime they already did, selling non-existent shares in Adina Friedman's La La Land. And they get to book that on their returns, annualized on their $8 billion fund, or whatever it is. But they're good guys. So that's what I was thinking about. But I think there'll still be a short squeeze because the stock will be trading at initially $3. But if they bring in additional companies and it gets to $24, there is going to be a lot of stock short that needs to be covered. But there's no question they've already gotten. Aubrey Advisors did it. Aubrey Advisors did it. They got them to, in my opinion, they got them to agree to a reverse merger of 1 for 50 already. It might not have been Aubrey. It might have been whoever was giving advice to RCRT. But RCRT doesn't have anything to do with this. I think it was Aubrey Advisors. Anyway, that's what I'll have to give some thought to, if that might diminish the chances of a short squeeze. But anyway, there might be a short squeeze. The stock should go to 44 cents on valuation only. But maybe there's a short squeeze to $1 or $2. Put another way, maybe the stock goes to $24 as valuation, but maybe there's a short squeeze to $50 or $60. So those are all coming. Those things are coming. I just don't think it'll be next week. What I think we might get is some more clarity, another announcement in the next week or two. We might get another announcement. But you've motivated me, Donald, to write a letter, because I can see some perils of Pauline here if they listen to somebody like Aubrey Advisors. Anyway, all right, that's a lot. I'm telling you a lot. I will say, Donald, I just mentioned RCRT. I would watch RCRT the next week or so, because they're part of the constellation of logic stocks, and we'll see if there's any announcements coming. They got their financings done. I'm going to guess there's going to be similar acquisition announcements there. Mac Attack, now that you said it, I did know. But until you said it, I didn't remember it. So thanks for pointing out. Barnes & Noble created GameStop. Very interesting. Very interesting. So maybe my dismissal is too soon. American Truther, Barnes & Noble. That's interesting. Remember, though, American Truther, revenue is not all. I don't know in book sales what metric they look at, but revenue isn't always the metric. How much debt do they have? How much of that revenue goes to fixed cost, to interest on loans? How much is dedicated to pay back hedge fund money? What I don't know the answer, but it sounds like the multiple that the market currently is giving Barnes & Noble for billions in revenue is very low. I would guess selling books is not a high margin business. Otherwise, all the bookstores wouldn't be closed. So it's really revenue and growth and an extrapolation of where the company's going. Is it going into bankruptcy? I don't know, American Truther, but to just base one metric, billions in revenue, versus another metric, market cap, doesn't bring in enough information. Do they have debt coming due that they can't refinance? I don't know. Let me look into that, William Broderick. I heard it, but I think I heard it on one of these calls. So you're right, William. I don't have it from an independent source. So let me look it up. I think it was last week somebody said it. I don't know the answer. There you go. I need a gummy. Schwab transferred NextBridge to Equinity, 5 weeks and $80. Do it. Bravo, 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 bravo. Best news. I need a gummy. Good. I've obviously talked too long. I'm behind. But PS71, that's a great idea if you do that. And then maybe NextBridge can start helping encourage. I mean, see, the thing is, they can't tell you what to do. I can't either. But they can encourage people to, what the situation is with transferring. How to do it from an IRA. Happy Memorial Day, Colby. Hug a vet. Hug a pet. Hug a pet. Yeah, I love that bookstore. I like my favorite bookstores in Denver. But there's some other good ones. We have a pretty good one here in DuPont Circle. Susan, it could be. I've got to look into it a bit, but it could be. But I don't know what you mean by next GameStop. If you're talking about going to $80, that's what I mean. If you're talking about going to $500, I will hold my breath. But could you see what would that? I don't even know where it's trading. That would still be a nice move, huh? A 5 or 10x. If you're talking about something like that, I would just be really careful, because when I say it could be when you say it could be the next GameStop, that we're focusing on the upside. I also point out to you, it could be the same in the sense they do a financing with the shorts to bail out one of the hedge funds. So the run up, like GameStop did last 2 weeks ago, whatever Ham's daughter did, she bought it at 27, sold it at 59. Could be that kind of thing. Just hit and run, make your money and get out of it. That's my first reaction. I didn't know that. Nunya, that's amazing. I guess they're showing up in court. That's all showing up in court. I think you have a right to that information. You can ask for it. You can ask for a printout. I think you have a right to that information. It's your account. Oh, I used to go to Barnes and Noble all the time. The air conditioning was great. I did read one book without buying it because I finished it. I sat there and read it. It was George Jones's autobiography. But I did buy a bunch of coffee and sandwiches, so they made money on me. I'll go down to the bottom. I seem to be way behind. I'll go down to the bottom. All right, Donald. Donald, I know that was long. I got really nervous that they're going to be bamboozled again. But the two things that lead me to believe they won't is if they get bamboozled, we won't own 15% post-transaction. So it seems to be in the body of the release that they have to do the offering at that valuation. They cannot, this new guy cannot look at the fake stock price. The other thing is I did contact the company, and I got the ever so brief response, but it didn't say much, but it gave me confidence that this isn't, they're not going to be fooled. If I were short, even just on this one transaction at 6 cents a share, what am I thinking? Because it's real money. I've got it down to 1.6, but it's not going to stay there. And by the way, Donald, I'm going to try to buy more. That's because I've been thinking about it for 3 or 4 days. I really don't think they're going to go to Aubrey Advisors for money. I really don't think they're going to go to Ionic for money. I really don't think they're going to go to Lynn Partners or Power Up Lending or anybody like that. So then it's a question, can they raise money at a fair, non-toxic contract at a reasonable price? And then that's the problem, Donald. You sit down with somebody and you have to convince them that the valuation is 100 million by this study and this study and this banker and that banker, and she said it's worth this and whatever. But then the guy looks, because that's what happened. Ideally, this would already have had a per share price lockdown. But that's not how Aubrey Advisors works, because Aubrey Advisors doesn't look out for their corporate client. They smile and glad hand. They have lawyers that make them feel good. They're rich. They drink too much, screw around on the side to lighten their conscience. And after time, they get away with it so much, they don't have a conscience to be bothered. But ideally, the per share price should have been locked down before this was put out. So what the criminals are trying to do is change the denominator. I'm not going to bore you with the arithmetic because it takes me so long, but maybe I'll do a video on it so I don't have to waste your time. But the denominator at 6 cents to get to 15% is a lot different than the number of shares in the denominator at 1.6 cents. But where it falls down for them is if you still have to do it at 15%, it doesn't put them in a better position at all. Where it gets tricky, though, if you now have so many shares and the next deal comes along. But again, the next deal is going to be at 15%. So as long as it's kind of like, what's it like? Can't think of an example. I guess it's kind of like a bird riding, a big bird riding on a rhinoceros. If that bird is worth 15% in weight to the rhinoceros, all the bird cares about is that the bird can keep eating that's not a good example. Anyway, just using the corporate example, we're 15% of this new company. If they blur that and Logic is the new company, then it's on Logic to stick to the commitment that we are a separate stub that's worth 15%. They can't just smooth that around because of the glossy guys at Aubrey Advisors. So anyway, I don't think I can meet the guys, but maybe I'll write a letter. I don't want to interfere because that's annoying. I wish I could think of an example. Maybe it's a better example is a parasite. Maybe there's a parasite inside of the rhinoceros, which weighs 15% of the rhinoceros and is guaranteed over the next series of meal times to always weigh 15% of the rhinoceros. So then we don't care how much the rhinoceros pays for its meals, what kind of fights or how far it has to walk or whatever to get those meals. I can't come up with an example, but something like that. As long as we're 15%, then it doesn't matter what they do with the rest of it, because we're always 15% of the valuation. If they move the goalposts and put us in as some sort of moving valuation, that won't be so good. I don't think they'll do that, though. It says it here. So yeah, I'm in a cup. I don't have big position, but I have a couple of possible things that I could trade. And my first, depending on where Logic is trading, I mean, if it gets to 6 cents without another announcement, I might not buy it, because 6 cents is the full, 6.5 is the full value at the $100 million level. But I have a feeling, it says right here, there's LOIs subsequent acquisitions already in the letter of intent stage. And, you know, those new acquirers, they want their fair percentage too. So the key is that Daniel Vineker should not let Aubrey Advisors in his conference table. I know they're good guys. Tell them, hey, it's not you, it's me. I don't want you in here. I don't want you on the board. Just go work with CAUD. And then they need to listen to me. I'm just kidding. But yeah, if I want to buy more, I think it's like I say, at 750 million, 15% of that, there's no more shares going to be issued. It should be worth 40 cents a share, 45 cents a share. He doesn't have to just bring up his stock, just put in an honest SEC guy and clean up the whole market. I obviously don't know who the he is in that, but you're absolutely right. They won't bring in an honest SEC person. I think once they get rid of Gensler, it'll go to Virginia fat and wide. His underling, and she won't be any better. The problem is the SEC is not a career. I think they should make the Securities and Exchange Commission a cabinet level post in the White House, and there should be a secretary, not a a secretary of the SEC or the secretary of the stock market. Not to interfere with the markets, but to ensure that the rule book is enforced. Nobody could win at Monopoly if they didn't have a rule book. So the other change I would make is that if you join the Securities and Exchange Commission, it's a career, like the Foreign Service, like the IRS, like the Department of Justice, like the CIA. So it's a career, 20 years, 25 years. You get rewarded to stay. And if you leave before your 25 years are up, no job at Citadel, no job at Goldman Sachs, no job at Gibson Dunn, no job at whatever Larry Fink's company is called, no job at BlackRock. In other words, no revolving door for 25 years. And that's how I think the SEC should be set up. Then they won't make a deal with Gibson Dunn. Gibson Dunn, the senior partner at Gibson Dunn, is representing Kurt Kramer, a low-level punk, arrogant. No one FUXs with us, he teaches his son. Gibson Dunn is hired by the SEC. I don't know where I could find it, but I bet if you see first-year hires at Gibson Dunn, a substantial proportion of those hires will have come from the SEC. The whole system is corrupt. The whole thing is corrupt. It's got to be completely flushed out. I think an honest person, an Elliot Ness, would be great. But the pressure that's going to come against her is going to be overwhelming. She's going to have to be one BITC, whatever. For people that's a great question, Jeff. For people who have already transferred everything to MMTLP, I'll try to get Junk Savvy on and maybe Pecos Phil. I'd love to get Greg McCabe on. But here's how I see it. If you already have your shares transferred, anything on the lawsuits is going to go on its own. So you don't have to think about it anymore. Pay attention, chip in when you can. Anything in Congress is going to go on its own. Pay attention, chip in when you can. You don't have to worry about those. You're no longer a victim. You own your shares of stock. So don't go to bed thinking, I'm not saying that there's no risk because it's an oil and gas company, but at least you have your deal. You got your shares. So I see a tremendous breakthrough with this filing by Mark Bazile. I think what Mark Bazile has done here and his client and the two attorneys, what they've done here is courageous. It goes right to the heart of the matter, although it takes till page 21. And it fires a salvo at the SEC at FINRA and at Wall Street lawyers, Gibson Dunn, who is on both sides of everything. You don't think Gibson Dunn tells the lawyers that represent the criminals the strategy that they use to represent retail? Maybe not during the case, but afterwards, hey, let's get together. There's a loophole here for Kurt Kramer in the future. You better tighten that up so he can go purloin another 100 million from the gullible. How do they live with themselves? Well, we don't get into right and wrong. We just are taught to win the case. Let me show you something. I got to remember what I was trying to find. I was going to show you something here. Oh, on page 21. I'll read it. I read it last night, and I did a video on it, but I know my videos are long, so I'll just talk to you directly, Jeff. Right now on page 21 of this lawsuit, number 86 and number 87, I'm going to paraphrase, because the investors' claims against TradeStation stem directly from FINRA's actions and inactions as a market regulator, FINRA cannot fulfill its duties as an unbiased arbiter to this dispute pursuant to the arbitration agreement. As such, plaintiff, the investor, requires this matter be heard and decided through the unbiased lens of this court to ensure a fair resolution. The court is the United States District Court, Southern District of Florida. So anyway, Jeff, while you own your shares, I'd say sometime in the next 60 days, this judge is going to have to rule on this. If he accepts this argument and accepts this case into his court, it's going to cause, for the first time, a major breach of the arbitration agreement, which is what lawyers like Gibson Dunn put in place on Wall Street to direct even fraud. When Wall Street does something wrong, if you signed it, you have no choice but to go to them, to go to FINRA, to get a so-called fair hearing. Well, if he busts this, my prediction, Jeff, is if this gets into the court, I would suggest to you, even before the end of the year, out of the 105 broker dealers entrapped by this, I bet a bunch of them try to settle. And so I think Mark Bazile's lawsuit could be the scare that causes Wall Street to come up with their own offer to you and to me and to all of us. And I think, Jeff, it will include the people in MMTLP. More than that, I think it will have to go through Gregory McCabe, and anything that is agreed will apply to everybody as far as my read goes on Greg McCabe. So what's next is to hold tight in terms of the, let's call it, settlement side, and see what happens with Mark Bazile's lawsuit. This is the first attorney I've heard of willing to take this issue on head first, and he deserves great credit for it. Great credit for it. And the plaintiff. Okay, on the operational side of NextBridge, what Greg McCabe has been doing, and I'm just reading press releases and using my own interaction with oil and gas men for 40 years, 35 years. And I'm not, there's so much I still need to learn. There's always something. But what Greg McCabe did with some trading of Southern Louisiana leases, and what he did by developing that Johnson prospect, shallow, is he's creating independence. He's creating cash flow. He's creating future upside, which could be company changing, by the way. Those deep targets are massive. But he only has a smaller percentage. But the way he horse traded it, NextBridge owns it for free. But what else is going on, Jeff? What else is going on? He's making sure he has the capital to drill the next 5 wells on the university lands. That is the lease commitment requirement for this year. And I don't think he's going to save that drilling till the last month of the year because it's too risky. He's got to both drill them and complete them. So what's next? I think we'll start hearing that he's drilling those wells. There's 5 of them. They got to build the platforms, build the camp, get the permit approvals, which I'm sure is already there. They got to do all that, build the infrastructure. But I think what's next is they'll move forward on those 5 wells. And I think they'll keep those wells as loose lips sink ships. They won't talk about it too much. But I think it'll be huge for your value of NextBridge and my value. I have some too. I love that question, Jeff. I love that question. McCabe gave incentives to shareholders to move over to the transfer agent. It helped a bit, but the bus or the airline or the, whatever, the stadium isn't full yet. Do you have any other ideas? Well, Jeff, the Twitter spaces are full of Twitterati who are paid by the shorts or who are promised by the shorts a big payday if they can get this settlement or this resolution or this outcome to be relatively inexpensive for the criminals. There are people paid for, encouraged by, hired, or threatened by the criminals to get us to do nothing. And there was some inertia, even with me at the beginning, because all of us were grappling with what is the problem here? What is the issue here? What can we do here? One of the things I needed to find out was, is there somebody in the Congress that will help? Is there someone somewhere? Well, after 550 days, I'm pretty darn sure there isn't anybody anywhere that's going to help. So I don't expect that staying in MMTLP is the right decision anymore. I think it could be argued for a while as we tried to, many of us at different speeds and different perspectives, and dumb guys like me, complete idiots like me. Complete idiots like me and wash up losers like me. Maybe it took me longer to figure out what I wanted to do. But I think it's pretty clear now, doing nothing is the wrong thing. But these people work with the shorts. Their tenacity is amazing, and it must be a big payday, or they're afraid of something. There's always people that go along with bullies. There always are. So I think the first thing is to stop listening to bad advice on the Twitter spaces. But, then the argument could be made that I'm not being fair. So as long as people listen to the idiocy that you're going to have more choice, more optionality with MMTLP than with a share of NextBridge, people aren't going to move over. I don't know how somebody can sell that concept. Once the bus is full, you're chit of MMTLP. You have no optionality. You can't put it into NextBridge. You can't make sure you're going to get a dividend. You can't participate in the upside growth in NextBridge. All you have is a minimum right if somebody else pays for the lawyers. Do you think those people on Twitter are going to pay for the law fees? They don't even pay for the truck in front of the SEC. They don't even come down on an air flight and walk the halls of Congress. They're conning you. They're conning you. Their idea was to have 2 days of trading. Why? Because that's what the shorts wanted. And that confused you, so you didn't do anything. I think people, so Jeff, I think people are still that have inertia from that, and they still believe these liars. So there's inertia. I do think, though, Jeff, as more and more people move over, and then the rumor starts that there aren't any more shares of NextBridge available at, let's say, at Chuck Schwab, there'll be a panic. People will say, oh my gosh, they're running out, and then they'll rush. Then there won't be any reasonable certainty that you'll get your shares. I'm not sure it still is. The last number I heard, Jeff, was, maybe you have another one, I think it was 135 million. But what the number I heard, they couldn't tell me, was it distinguished from new shares issued since the merger. So anyway, on the one hand, there's lethargy. On the other hand, as we get closer and closer to filling the bus, there will be a movement for everybody wanting to get in. So what else could do it? What I'm trying to do is tell everybody, just do it. And maybe I'll have a Twitter devoted just to that, or I'll do it here, but maybe I'll have a Twitter devoted just to that with Busy I'm not with junk, but I'm not saying junk agrees with me. I'm willing to state with every fiber of my being that the thing to do is to move your shares from MMTLB to NextBridge Hydrocarbons. I can't give personal advice. You got to seek your own counsel. But there is nothing you miss out on. Nothing. In terms of moving from a retirement account, maybe you miss out on some tax benefits, but I think you'll own these shares long enough that you'll get the long-term tax benefit, but you don't have to sell either. I think any dividend will come to us at NextBridge. I think any pain and suffering settlement will come to us at NextBridge. I think any fraud settlement will come to us at NextBridge. I actually think one concept maybe, Jeff, if I could get out to people, if we do fill up the bus, we give Greg McCabe power to negotiate and power to do it more quickly. And he could bring in cash from the system, from the criminals, that would make NextBridge not only the best oil and gas story in Texas, it could make NextBridge one of the best stories in North America, if not worldwide, because it could be sitting on billions in cash or tens of billions or 100 billion or more with a great team ready to go acquire companies. Or maybe they just distribute all that cash. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? It's pretty exciting, actually. All right, I'm going to skip these because Jeff responded to me, but I'll come back up. Well, in my retirement account, I dawdled. I got my first shares out in August of last year, but it took me until March of this year to get my retirement plan out, partly because they took time once I asked. But in January, I was thinking, I really don't want to be sitting hoping that people in Congress pass a law that gives me recompense for what I lost. I really, Jeff, I can make an argument that Congress will pass a ruling on this and say that all of us were speculators, because that's what Professor Angel says, that we were greedy and we never should have gone in, that kind of thinking. And maybe they only pay us $3, or maybe they don't pay us anything, or maybe they pay us $10 or whatever. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want that risk in my life. I can see their lawyers, the Wall Street's lawyers on the other side, fighting for 20 years while Ken Griffin gets old. And so that a settlement comes, but it comes in $2,040, and it's not as big as I thought. And the lawyers take half. And I don't want to do any of that either. I believe this company has real value in the ground. I mean, it's an oil and gas company, so that's the risk of the deal. But and I'm telling you, management can make mistakes. They can take shitty financing. They can drill 2 or 3 dry holes. I mean, oil prices can collapse. Oil and gas is not risk-free. But I'd rather be with Greg McCabe than Ann Wagner and Adina Friedman. Well, that's an interesting point, Keith Fenoy. No, Keith. Keith, I think I think I think what everybody needs is a self-directed IRA, not through a brokerage firm. I know of a group out of Chicago that does it. And I think I know one out of Texas. But if you can move or establish your Roth account or your IRA, I'm forgetting what these places are called. I think they're just attorneys. But if you can establish it with the correct paperwork so that you control your own IRA, Merrill Lynch doesn't control it. Merrill Lynch says it's self-directed because that's their marketing material. But the limitation is that your retirement account is with the brokerage firm. You can have retirement accounts that you control yourself where you own a real estate asset, you own a fire truck, you own a Fabergé egg. You can't do it through Merrill Lynch. But if you have your own real self-directed account, you can own anything in it. That's the way to do it. I'll look into that. And if I can get an answer, I'll pass it along to somebody who can pass it along to Greg McCabe. Six months to move from my retirement to Equinity. That's great, Jeff. That's great. But some people are worried that they don't want to be outside the umbrella of the IRA. You know what's going to happen to IRAs, by the way, Kay Vanoy? And it'll happen with regardless of president. But because we've accelerated with all these woke people in charge of Biden's administration and the folks people operating in the background, we've accelerated the decline of the dollar. Victoria Nuland is calling for the United States of America, for the Ukraine, to bomb Russia. What has gone wrong in her head? Has she ever been punched in the nose? Does she know what it's like to hurt? Who are these people? But anyway, as the rest of the world stops buying our bonds, which is going to happen, and as we go to war and we need to pay our own suppliers in this country, because the rest of the world may or may not take our money, we're going to issue bonds on a scale you haven't. I think we're going to go to 100 trillion in debt. So you know what, Ken Vanoy? And you can write it down. This is my prediction, which is to say it is all mine. They are going to tell you that in your Roth IRA, in your IRA, in your SEP account, in your retirement accounts of any kind, you can only buy government issued bonds. You can buy 30-year bonds, 30-day notes, government money markets. But they are going to tell you, in order to keep the tax-free nature of your account, you're going to have to buy government bonds. That's what's coming, in my opinion. That's not true, George. Let's go to the fact sheet, George. Let's make sure we tell the truth here. I don't know who's on whose side, but for some reason, the Twitter people want you to do nothing. Think of why. All right, George, let's get it fact. Let's get the facts, Jack. Let's get the facts, Jack. Okay, we'll start here. Okay, that doesn't answer it. Okay, here's the frequently answered questions. Question 8, George T. Can I directly register my NextBridge hydrocarbon stock if held in retirement accounts, 401k, IRA? Answer: if your shares are currently held in the name of a custodian for a retirement account and is expressly for your benefit as beneficiary in AST's books and records, such shares may be eligible to receive the subscription right if all other conditions of eligibility are met. Okay, George, let me translate that. That says if, let's pick on somebody, Chuck Schwab. If Chuck Schwab has an IRA for you in your name, George T., and Chuck Schwab has enough shares at the DST so that Chuck Schwab has allocated its street name shares to George T's IRA, you might be eligible to receive this. Okay. You have to contact your broker to find out, and they're going to lie to you or delay. If your shares are held in a consolidated brokerage account with other retirement account holders, that's the majority of us, you may be required to remove the NextBridge shares from the retirement account to be transferred to you individually and then directly registered in your name at AST. Anyone contemplating such a transfer should speak with their custodian or tax advisor. Okay, let's go up. The deadline is 60 days from the effective date, and that hasn't happened yet as far as I know. That'll be another trigger, Jeff, is that filing date. How do I participate? Question 1, George T. Let's not spread things that aren't true. How do I participate in the non-transferable subscription rights offering for shares of common stock in the future subsidiary of NextBridge? NextBridge filed a registration statement S1 with the SEC in order to register for the issuance right to subscribe for shares of stock in a new subsidiary, NewCo. to the eligible shareholders of NextBridge. In order to be eligible to receive the subscription right, George, listen, to be eligible, you must hold your shares of common stock as the registered stockholder on the books and records of the transfer agent by 5 p.m. on the record date. And then be there for 180 days. And the record date is the effective date to complete. Sorry, the record date is once the registration statement is declared effective by the SEC, you will have 60 days from the effective date to complete the direct registration with the transfer agent, which that 60 days, the end of that becomes the record date. So George, please don't spread disinformation. It's not fair to people. They'll be left out in the cold. So let me try to explain to everybody. You can have self-directed IRAs set up by a trust agent or set up by a lawyer. Marianne Williamson, have established this IRA. I direct it. It'll be a big document, and depending on what's written, you can invest in anything. You have to find a place to custodial the assets, but there are a couple places I've worked with in the past. It's been so long I don't remember the names off the top of my head, but I can look them up. So that's a way which, and you saw the wording in that one statement. If that custodial has your shares registered at the DTC, let's call that custodial. Let's just make up a name. American Trust Securities of Chicago. I just made it up. So if America's Securities Trust of Chicago has 10,000 shares registered at the DTC because Marianne Williamson set up her IRA as her own self-directed, that she controls, she does everything, but it's held by this group in Chicago. If she has 10,000 shares of NextBridge, there's a direct link. It's defined. That qualifies. That qualifies. It's the only shares this group has. It directly on paper belongs to her. They can prove it. And any dividends and all that will go to that trust company, which then flows by agreement to her account. That'll be fine. But that's so complicated. And by the way, it's really bloody expensive. It is bloody expensive. You basically have to have a millionaire's account to want to do it that way. But you can. Otherwise, it says in the NextBridge Hydrocarbons answer to frequently asked questions from its subscription rights offering announced July 26, you got to move your shares. So don't listen to George T. I'm sure he meant well, but I think he misinterpreted it. All right, what do you get? The non-transferable subscription rights are being distributed to eligible stockholders of NextBridge. In order to be eligible, you must register your NextBridge stock with the transfer agent at or prior to the close of business on the 60th day after the Form S-1 filed with the SEC becomes effective, and you must stay there for 180 days. You cannot be a bank, a broker, or other nominee that is determined by the company in its sole discretion to be holding shares for other entities and individuals. Brilliant. He's on your side. And you cannot be a beneficial owner of NextBridge common stock. Listen to this, George. You cannot be a beneficial owner of NextBridge common stock that is being held by a bank, broker, or other nominee. So you're just wrong. You're wrong. Don't listen to what George said. All right, George, you're not lying. Okay, you're talking about regular shares. Oh, not MMTLP? Not MMTLP? Okay, George, I apologize fully. If you have your NextBridge shares at a broker, you're all right. I don't know of many that do, but if you do have, I suppose there are brokers that will hold your smaller brokerage houses that will hold your NextBridge in physical form. So I owe you an apology. You did say NextBridge. So in fairness, you said NextBridge. I was wrong. I assumed you meant MMTLP. That's on me, George. My fault. I apologize. You are right. If for some reason your NextBridge shares are somehow held at a brokerage firm, in physical form, they would have to be in your name. They couldn't be in the name of the broker. I'll read this again. In order to be eligible holders of NextBridge, the holder cannot be a bank, a broker, or other nominee. It cannot be a beneficial owner of NextBridge common stock being held by a bank, broker, or other nominee. So even though there's no lies on your part, I would be really careful holding any NextBridge at your broker. I'm not aware of a single case, of course, I'm just me, where NextBridge shares are being held by brokerage accounts. I'd be really careful. It's pretty clear here. I'll read it again, just George, so that I know you're not lying, but I'll just be really clear. NextBridge or MMTLP, just so everyone that's reading your points gets it straight from the company, not from a guy named George T. or William, straight from the company. In order to be eligible, holders of shares of NextBridge common stock to the subscription rights, holders cannot be a bank, broker, or other nominee who is determined by the company in its sole discretion to be holding shares for other entities and individuals. And holders cannot be a beneficial owner of NextBridge common stock that is being held by a bank, a broker, or other nominee. You say shareholders who do not have shares at NextBridge AST are still entitled to dividend and everything that comes because they cannot fill AST anyway. No, it's just totally wrong. That's a lawsuit. Defining that cost, that they can't do it? You're assuming they can't do it. I got mine done. You're assuming they can't do it. If you go into a judge, George, and you say, they couldn't deliver my shares, she's going to say to you, really? How do you know that? Well, I read on Twitter they couldn't deliver their shares. They can't fill it anyway because of an overage. Where'd you read it? Can you bring me the document? Well, it's on Twitter. So you took your information from somebody on Twitter. Yes, Your Honor. Did you ever ask your brokerage firm to transfer these shares? No, Your Honor. Well, how do you know they couldn't deliver it? Well, I listened to Drew on Twitter. George, I go back. Please don't listen to what George is saying. Please don't listen to what George is saying. Oh God, I'll give him one more chance. This guy's giving you disinformation. There are who do not care about the extra subscription. To register quickly, you can do it without receipt. What nonsense is that? That is all nonsense. Guys, I'm not going to answer this guy anymore. It's just nonsense. If you move your shares, I can see why you get confused. People like this come across as reasonable, and then they'll say something about me, and then you get all confused. If you move your shares and you don't want your subscription rights to this, you're not going to be able to move your shares any more quickly than if you do want them. Let me put it another way. If you move your shares before the 60 days is up, you're going to get it for free. They're giving a 10% back-end interest. No, sorry. A portion of his 10% back-end interest in the Oro Grande prospect and ownership. I'll look it up in the prospectus so that I can get the exact details. But it looks valuable. It looks valuable. So I forget where I am. I guess I got distracted by that guy. It works. It does say that if you attempt to transfer your shares, that's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for, Brian. That's exactly what I was looking for. I didn't find it, but let me see. Brian's right. And that's one thing that if you attempt to deliver your shares and the broker says you can't, you document that, McCabe will include you in the distribution. Of course, that hurts all of us because it dilutes it. But you got to do that before the record date. You got to do it before the record date. Don't listen to people like George T. It's all comes across as he's being reasonable and helping out of the blue. And everything he said was misinformation. Anyway, you can listen to him if you want, but don't be frozen. Request the transfer of your shares. This whole lawsuit, the treble damages, everything is based on the fact that the investor asked TradeStation for their stock and didn't get it. The investor was deprived of their rightful ownership of their asset. If you don't ask, I don't know. I'm not an attorney, but I think a clever attorney can say, they didn't ask. I doubt she would. I doubt she would particularly like it. But Craig, just so you know, I don't know how to get these people to act. So, saying Congress, that's not a person. Ann Wagner's a person, and supposedly she's there to do a good job. So I name her. I'm very disappointed in her. I'm shocked that she wouldn't sign that cat thing. I'm just shocked. It just depresses me. And she's got a position of power and trust. I transferred to Fidelity. No, Donna, I think he had to transfer to his individual account. Let's find out, Donna. I think he had to transfer to his individual account. Don't feel bad, Donna. Don't feel bad. They cannot move. There is no IRA account at a transfer agent. You can go into these self-directed, but I think you need tens of thousands of dollars to set it up and maintain. Yeah, I agree. John Rambo seems pretty Rambo-ish. Transferring lies with the holders of MMTLP. After they've all been allocated, those left at the brokers may face added legal roadblocks, but also added legal arguments. Let's go back, Donna, and read this. Took 6 months. I finally got Fidelity to move MMTLP from my retirement to Equinity. Persistence paid off. But it's not in his IRA, I don't think, Donna. I don't think it's in his IRA. It might be if Fidelity, but it would still violate the terms that Greg McCade laid down. I don't think it's in his IRA, but I'm wrong. I'm wrong, and I'm short MMTLP. I'm not short MMTLP. I don't have much compared to you, Westport Bunk. But that's my MMTLP. Let me see. That's my MMTLP. That's my MMTLP. I'm not short it. I paid $8 for it. So it's, let me see. I mean, it's not a lot of money compared to a lot of you guys. And if I had bought it sooner, I would have a lot more shares. But if you add in the money I lost on Torchlight, it's probably a pretty big chunk of change. So Westport, I own 4,269 shares. I just showed them to you of NextBridge. It's not a lot, 4,269. And I paid $8, well, $7.96. So I've got $33,981 in it. Can I call it $34,000? Not a lot of money to you, Westport Punk. You probably make that much in a day of attacking stocks. But to me, that's a lot of money. A lot of money. And I think if you put it in a different context, and they had left the trading open, it might have been $10 million I could have sold that out at, based on the trades that are reported, 9.6 million, based on trades that are reported in this lawsuit. That's why I'm talking about American stock transfer. No. To the short, if I were short, I wouldn't be talking about the transfer agent. If I were short, I'd want people to do nothing. If I were one of the shorts, I would want people to open this up for 2 days trading, so the stock traded at less than a penny. And Congress would say, oh, well, we gave you what you asked for. Luckily, that's off the table. Then I would tell you to keep your MMTLP at your brokerage firm. Don't transfer to AST. Just keep it at the brokerage firm. Why would that help me? What it would help is it would make it tougher for Greg McCabe to negotiate a settlement. It might make it tougher for Greg McCabe to raise money. That all works in my interest, because my ultimate goal would be to have NextBridge fail, so I never have to cover my shorts. And the other thing is, if you stay in MMTLP, and time goes by, and this goes into Congress and it goes into the legal system, and you do nothing, I can bring my attorneys in and say, Your Honor, I'm just a good citizen. I shorted the stock under the Reg Show exemption, and I don't know what the prime broker did afterward. I don't know whatever. But, Your Honor, these people never asked for the stock. So how do you know we couldn't have delivered it? Well, we're going to ask for, well, we can't go back and recreate how many shares were short or counterfeit, Your Honor. They didn't ask for it, and it would be an invasion of the privacy and the proprietary trading methodology of my hedge fund for me to tell you how many shares I sold. And the judge is going to say, you know what, you have a point. They never asked for it. Next case. So if I were short the stock, I wouldn't be telling people to move the stock to the transfer agent. I don't know what planet you guys are on. If you're listening over on Twitter to this complete nonsense, please stop doing it. There is no benefit to staying in MMTLP. It helps the shorts. It helps the counterfeiters. It helps the criminals. There's no benefit. None. There's only risk. And I hope you choose maybe Westport Bunk and these other guys are your really true friends. And when it all goes tits up, they'll be there for you. I hope. I hope. I hope. I've been wrong in my stocks for 2 years. Nobody should listen to me. Well, if people bought a stock and held it all the way, and today is the deadline, I haven't been wrong on all of them. I've been right on quite a few. I've been right on several trades I've called. On GTII, when I talk to people from 20 cents on upward, there was a lot of money to be made in GTII. And I, unfortunately, I think you guys, Westport Bunk, paid off some people up in New York City, paid off a CEO, and you busted the squeeze that was happening. I don't blame you. There was a lot of money at risk. But yeah, I mean, if you want to blame me for the not foreseeing that people would walk away from a squeeze and that there was a lot of money paid to people to bail out the squeeze, and that they all work in the same milieu anyway. They're all at the same conferences. They're all getting the IR deals. They're all working together. If you want to blame that on me, no one should listen to me. All right, that's fine. People, I'm not telling people to listen to me. They can go invest in Nvidia or Apple, which are all corrupted too. And so anyway, you're wrong. People there, I've made money in stocks. The last, let's see how, for example, a new one to my list, RCRT, does. Let's see how a couple of stocks I'm not allowed to talk about anymore do. I think NextBridge is going to do just fine. And by the way, Westport Bunk, I think Finger is going to be, has the potential to be one of the all-time great investments. Logic is not over with. CAUD is not over with. I don't remember the other ones. Some of the stocks I follow were not my ideas. They were others. And by the way, I'm not recommending anybody to anything. I'm just sharing ideas. I'm not giving financial advice. And Westport Bunk, if people here don't trade their stocks like you do, I just don't agree with you. I don't agree with you. But nobody should listen to me. I'll agree with that. No one should listen to me. They should do their own homework. And I think they should listen to you. Who are you, Westport Bunk? What's your name? Westport Bunk, what's your name? What's your name, Westport Bunk? What's your recommendation, Westport Bunk? No, nothing. Nothing. Westport Bunk, are you going to be there if MMTLP becomes worthless and NextBridge is worth full? That's not good English. I mean, we're doing a lot of trusting in the legal system and Congress when all we have is MMTLP. Don't you realize, Westport Bunk, that the shorts, you want hundreds of millions of MMTLP shares that are worthless, because then you will put all of your legal power and lawyers to convince judges and Congress and journalists that those MMTLP shares are worthless. You're not going to get a chance, Westport Bunk, to do a reverse merger here. You're not going to get a chance to see a bankrupt company here. It's frustrating for you. You can't day trade this. I understand you've created trading offshore because no one regulates anything anymore. And maybe you can do some trading over there. But you know what, Sport Bunk? This ain't going bankrupt. And there's not going to be a reverse split. And they're not going to do business with you. And the next time you see a valuation for NextBridge, it's going to be up, boy. It's going to be up. No, I haven't had anything to eat. All right, Barbara. Thank you, Barbara. I'll go through these quickly. Good for you, Greg Donner. I've only gained. Thank you, Nunya. You're the best, Nunya. Anyone with the name Nunya. Brian, that's good. Ham, 100% on finger. That's good. Hopefully there's more. Hopefully there's more in finger. And I would say, Brian, one strategy, any trade you do that's speculative, I don't know, if you have 10 grand or 1 grand, put half of it in finger, put the half in the speculative. Finger speculative, don't get me wrong. But I think finger's at a point where if you bought 1,000 shares of finger, it costs you 3 grand. And then you put 3 grand in a trade, RCRT. I'll pick that one. Well, if RCRT busts because the criminals destroy it, well, I think finger has a good chance to be 6. So that replaces that money. So you're break even on that portion. That's one way I would use finger right now, because they're suppressing that value. I think finger will triple from here or more on its own sum. And it could start this week. And so finger becomes something to pair with a more tricky investment that you believe in. Or maybe you do more, you put 3 grand in finger and you do a grand of RCRT, a grand of logic, and what? A grand of what? Some other thing that we haven't talked about. DJT. And then you got 3 chances to hit a home run. But if all 3 of those go to 0, all you need is finger to go to 6 to make that money back. That's a way of trying to rebuild your portfolio. That, to me, that's what I'm trying to do. I don't, unfortunately, I don't have enough diversification to do what I just said yet, but that's what I'm trying to do. I like that Jennifer put up, and I'd love to get that list. CB, it makes you wonder why would you sign the letter and then be against CAT? The argument is privacy. We've got our work to do. Thank you, George. You're back. GTI went from $5 to 13 cents, and it's going to 3 cents. Okay, it could. If you've listened to me, I've said it's until Reichman leaves, it can go down. I've been very clear on that. And also, George, I've been very clear that I do not recommend people to buy GTII expecting miracles in the short run. I've been very clear about it. Very clear. I mean, if Alpine goes down, or if there's a buy-in, there could be a miracle. But until Reichman retires, you guys got an open field. You can continue to short it. But guess what, George? Your short position's still there. And if I have a magic wand, and if I become involved directly, we're going to come after you. It won't be you. You'll have moved down the road. It'll be somebody else. But it'll be good to get whoever takes over that position. By the way, GTII went from 5 cents to $5 first. It went from 5 cents to $5 first. And it did it several times. So there was a lot of money made. A lot of investors bought at 20 cents and got out at 22.20. So your summary is wrong. And there's no support, George. You're saying that's what support is and you're not budding? Yeah, you are. But there's no support in GTII. None. There's no support in GTII. We will. And we're not quitting. And we're moving forward. And when Reichman goes, George, charts aren't going to matter. We're going to come on like a Mack truck. It's not going to be one Mack truck. We'll have a Peterbilt. We'll have a Skoda. Truck from China. We're coming after it. We will come after it. It will become my life's mission. I don't know if I will be, but if I'm put in there, it'll be my life's mission to get GTII. First, valuable. Secondly, to be worth what people paid for it, what everybody paid for it. And third, to squeeze so you don't even know what ran over you, George. And you know why? While I do it, every bit of information I have, other than what the lawyers say can't be done, and other than what you can't do legally in terms of SEC rules, every bit of information I have, including your real name, if I ever find it, will be published. Everything. Short positions, who shorted, where it went. If it's a puzzle that takes 10 years to put together, it will be all posted on the website. And it'll be in plain English. I'll do a movie about you, George. Of course, a trade is a trade. George, if you've listened to me, I've told people this is a round trip trade. I don't agree with you. The bottom of the page is support for GTII. The bottom of the page. Which is where it is right now. I don't think it's getting to 3 cents, by the way. I think we'll have Reichman out very soon. It could go lower. I'm not going to argue with you. What you guys want is to get Kurt Kramer's shorts in the money. And what you would love is a reverse split. You want John Hurry to get out of trouble. But I'm telling you, and you may have already done things that with Gibson done that I have no idea about. I admit that. I don't think like you do. But I tell you what, the trades are still in the United States. And if Ham is correct, and he may well be, It's over 500 million shares short. And when we bring in 20, 30, 40, $50 a share in asset value, you can kiss your home goodbye. Probably kiss your wife goodbye, George. What's the term the SEC used in their lawsuit against Alpine? Known or should have known? I printed it out. I don't know which part of it. There you go, Nunya. And by the way, down in these levels, technical doesn't mean doodly squat, as you can pay me later, Josie Wales. Brian, you're the best. Okay. Let me try to go through these quickly, and then I'm going to leave. I'll just try to. Yeah, I think Nextbridge could be a moon ticket. Hey, Lazy, I'm looking forward to this week. Nunya doesn't short stocks. That's a fact, Jack. Okay. Nunya, you're the best. Thank you, Nunya. I really appreciate you guys that forgive me my angers and my ramblings and I'm a rambler, I'm a gambler, I'm a long way from home. Yeah, that's a good point. Come on down to the SEC. We'll go in together. I've gone in the SEC. I didn't get very far. There's a bunch of guards, but I went in. Have you ever gone in? Come on down. We'll go together. See, Donna. See, Donna. Fidelity moved the shares to a regular account. So don't feel badly. Don't feel badly. Well, if I've got to laugh at this. Margin. In order to receive margin, you have to have collateral. And the collateral's sitting right here and it doesn't trade. So I don't have any margin. Oh, God. Do you know that expression that my Chinese client says to me? You point one finger at me. 3 fingers are pointing back at you. You not ABC person. You point one finger at me. 3 fingers are pointing back at you. Zit, 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 zit. That's straight. That's a direct quote from my dear Chinese friend. Yeah, okay, I already answered that. So let me go up. Okay, I didn't answer this one. D Cartel. The thing is, they said they were going to deliver shares of Nextbridge. Now they want to charge money to move the shares, and I don't have that money. That's a tough one. If you break it down into 2 or 3 parts, you're right. They said they'd do it. And I agree with you on that. And I don't think they should charge you, by the way. But then if you look at it, if they don't charge you, but they say, okay, we will deliver your shares, but you have to pay for the FedEx package, it gets debatable whether or not you should or not. I don't know. The commission is so low, you might have a small account. They unbundle fees. I don't know. That's kind of gray area. And to me, I'm willing to pay the FedEx to get my shares. And then the third part is what can you do about it if you don't have the money? I think what you need to do for sure, D Cartel, is put it in writing that you've requested that your shares be delivered to you, that you believe it's not right that they charge, that it should be done as a matter of course. And if they refuse that, you don't have the money. Get all of that in writing. Get their refusal, get their response, take notes, get it all in writing. So at least you're protected if there ever comes a lawsuit. What they're counting on is you and I can't afford this lawsuit. I'm surprised, and we're very lucky, and I admire very much that Mark Bazile is initiating this lawsuit. I believe it's because he understands what's going on. I believe it's because he wants to help. He wants to be paid, but he wants to help. And he also, I think, understands that this could make him a billionaire. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. A man with vision, but a man that knows what he's doing. If we each did this ourselves, we'd run out of money in half a day. So make sure you have a record of it anyway, D Cartel. It shouldn't cost. For me, it was the first time they transferred the money, they asked for like almost $500. I said, bullshit. I'm not going to do it. Then they asked for either 100 or 60 or something. They ended up not charging me anything, I guess, because I had went back and forth. The second time, I think they charged me either $60 or $80, one or the other. And when I look I used to have the envelope here. I have it somewhere. They had to send their certificate to New Jersey, and then New Jersey sent it to me. I figure I got a good deal, $80 for 2 FedEx packages. That's all right. But please make sure you get it in writing. Write it all down so you can be part of a lawsuit. In my opinion, what is the outlook for any production on Nextbridge? In the absence of any resolution, I see production as very small over the next year or so. And I think most of that production will go and should go to operations, overhead, CapEx. I think the bigger production will come in when the university lands lease starts producing. And I don't know. I would guess they have a strategy to build out more wells as long as their ability doesn't run out. I mean, if I were doing it, I would expand my ability to tell a buyer, if you turn on these 5 or 6, 10 wells, you're going to get X production, we believe. But then I would be stepping out. It's risky. It's risky. So depending on how much capital I would do, I would just be moving one step out away, one location away, which is mostly proven. If you've got, where's my thing? If I have no idea what they have, but if they have seismic that tells them they may have gas, oil and gas in this whole area, and they drilled their first pattern of wells here, second pattern here, third pattern here. Me as a gambler, I would say, let's go drill here and here and here, and let's prove it all up. But this is 134,000 acres. Maybe the next step is to drill every, 2 wells. This would be a step out, a step out well. And so if all of these are successful, that would have great odds of working. And then you do a step out well here. Maybe you do a step out well in this direction. And so you're proving up more reserves, but then you can do a 5 spot around that. And it's slower, it's more expensive. Part of me would say, let's go drill there. And then we can just say that everything in between is good. But that's not how engineers work. That's not how financial people work. And that's not how Greg McCabe is going to work. So I think they're going to prove up more reserves before they start producing. I think the quickest way to revenue is if Greg McCabe gets a chance to negotiate with Wall Street. And I think the fastest way to get him to negotiate is if we fill up the bus. The other way is if the arbitration clause goes down. The shorts are in a lot of trouble. They're in a lot of trouble. Wall Street's in a lot of trouble. Okay. Let me go up. I agree with that, Clark, very much so. Well, if the Republicans have a 1 representative majority, I am certain that either, you're gonna have one of 5 presidents. Nancy Pelosi's nephew, Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, which might happen anyway. Jill Biden's husband, Bill Clinton's wife, and Barack Obama's wife. That's the battle going on behind the scenes. And even though everything looks, Joe Biden had a rally the other day, and he got up to, I'm serious, he got up to 12 people there. And they were enthusiastic. It's pretty good. But I'm sure that the powers that be are going to get us that again. So the banks want digital currency so they can tax everything, but they don't seem to be interested in taxing the money that these guys make by counterfeiting shares and moving it offshore and never having a closing transaction and taking 95% of the money out of the account when they do a reverse split and never paying taxes on the gains. I hope you're right, Clark. I hope transparency comes. I hope you're right, Clark. Well, Northwest Bio, in and of itself, I think is the stock to accumulate because I think someone will buy them out. But if they're doing all this stuff, this is awesome. It's awesome. Yeah, not legal advice is doing it, and I support him on it. Thank you, Stan, the man, Stan. I love button. There's a love shack somewhere. How can you like it more? You're the best, Kit Kitteridge, Kitteridge, Kit Karoo. Thank you, Social Watch Only. Okay, 995 went to 80. That's pretty nice. That's 10x, huh? I would call that a squeeze, I guess. Okay, here's finger for, I forgot who I was talking to. The warrant comes in, which could be huge. That could trigger a squeeze too. I just let's keep our thinking rational. Univest is huge. See, you're smart. I brought that up in my interview, or somewhere. Maybe it wasn't in the interview. That's exactly right. They missed some earnings attributable to a technicality. They pick it up in this corner. It's awesome. I don't own any Barnes and Noble. I did buy a book there when I was in New York. I bought 2 books. Well, GTII could run if Wales gets some money. Yes, mine are at NextBridge. They're not trading. They're not trading. So now we wait. It's like having a private placement. I think you're going to start hearing, they do a great job of updating investors. Operationally, the single most important thing on Greg McCabe's desk, in my opinion, is he has 6 months, 7 months to drill 5 horizontal wells. I think they're horizontal. Maybe they can be vertical. Whatever the lease says, I think he wants to do horizontal wells in the Oro Grande. Not only spud them, he has to complete them. And if they take 2 months to drill, I don't know, I made that up. If they take 2 months to drill, he's got to organize the financing, which I think he's done. And he's got to start drilling. And he cannot leave it to November. He's got to know he has the rigs. He's got to know he has the crew. So, RW, my opinion, they'll start drilling those wells this summer or sooner. And that's what we'll hear about. That's my opinion. All right, so that's interesting that you don't think they've had their day. You think they'll have a real squeeze coming. That's interesting. It was a controlled pump and dump, but it's managed to become a monster squeeze. There you go. See, I like how you summarized it. That's all I was saying. It's like one of those stock pools. I think it was controlled. Exactly. And I think GME and AMC have been under control for a while. But you make at the end of your statement that it's a monster squeeze, which means their efforts have been futile. I'm open to listening to that. I'm open to hearing more. Thank you, Lion. Lion thing, you're free again. Ooh. Thank you, David. 2 months ago, they were still mapping the reservoir. Have not heard from Pecos Bill in quite some time. I traded a text with him. I know he's doing something with horses. I'll see. I'm not sure if he would. Maybe I can get him on a call. Maybe I can get Greg McCabe on a call, you know. One thing I would say, David, I don't want to be silly, but they'll always be mapping the reservoir in the sense that they will always be improving their knowledge. Let me find out. I might be able to get Richard Hoffman to come on, but my computer's overheating, and so I'll once I'm done here, I'll text him or talk to him. I'd have to put a gap between it, because as soon as I get him on, this will all freeze. It's pretty hot. But anyway, I have to turn it off and then restart it. It'll be all right. Anyway, David, what I'm saying is, as they drill, they're always learning more. And no engineering firm is going to give them credit for even what they think the whole reservoir is, in a proven way anyway, or probable. They'll have possible. Yeah, that's possible. And if they go to the best of the best, which I think is Netherlands, Sewell and Associates, Netherlands, Sewell say, let's drill another well, you know. So, but let's see what we can learn. The Donna was born in 1958, which is ironic. It's the same year that Madonna Inn was born. I think it's the same as Sharon Stone and Michael Jackson too. Stop. It's Neil Sedaka songs. That's cool. Where is this place? I'd go to that place. La Prise Mango. I'd go to that place. I don't play golf. Neil Sedaka songs. Don't go breaking my heart. Ugh. The whole thing, Neil Sedaka. Ugh. I'm interested. I haven't been there. Kathy Ireland. I'm sure that sounds mighty cozy. But I don't find you fellas all that appealing. Pretty cool. All right, I think I'm getting near the end. That's awesome. 5.2 to 5.7. Rich Masters, that's amazing. So the number I gave is very low. I would say I'm not allowed to talk about it, but I would say that your question almost answers itself. I think they're very nervous in these stocks, and they have to keep fighting. The one thing that the criminals can't defend is a surprise rush of buying. Surprise buying. And they go, oh, what's happening? What's happening? And then fear, and then they panic, and then they're bought in. And of those two stocks, which one is more likely to have that happen in the near term? I would say is the one that doesn't have a lawsuit pending against the company. I don't know, Donna. I heard there's 135 million shares of NextBridge at AST, but that's versus 256 million outstanding. So it doesn't really answer the question, how many shares are at the transfer agent versus the 165 million that are dedicated to the distribution. The last time I heard a number, I want to say it was a year ago. It was either 60 or 90 million. I can't remember. But it was very, there was a lot of room left to go. I love that, Mark. That's awesome. Environmental science. All power to her. All power to her. That's great. Yeah, go ahead and do that. I'm going to see if I can get Richard on here later or tomorrow. I'll find out. But I'm not saying you shouldn't. All right, it looks like I'm getting to the end of the unanswered. Here, what's this? There is no fee, Kit says, for transfer. The gentleman down at the bottom. I'll go back down to you. There's the SEC approved it free of charge. Brokers can't fight it. All right. Yeah, but they might still be able to charge you for a FedEx, maybe. But let me go down to that guy, all the way down. Let me go down to that guy. Where is he? I don't see him. Shoot. There he is, D Cartel. Did you see what Kit said? They can't charge you. So quote the SEC and see what happens. Apparently, the SEC approved the transfer free of charge. All right, I'm going to look at the bottom and good for that. Wes Christian's lawsuit. All right, Nunya. He's checking his messages. I always figure he's checking the sports scores. All right, I'm going to sign off because it's starting to freeze. And I wish everyone a happy Memorial Day. And I wish everyone that died in the service of this country is blessed in heaven, and any injured in service of the country are at some point in their life gain surcease from their pains and limitations. Nunya. All right. So anyway, maybe later, maybe in a half hour or so, I'll get Richard on here. But I'm going to sign off. If we don't see you again tonight, catch you tomorrow. And don't go changing just to try and please me.